but we can talk about what proportion of support that is. And number two, it's a reaction to violent colonialism. That's what I mean by cause. You agree with that, right, Kobe? Just for clarification purposes.
Reaction, yes, I agree to that, yes.
Great. I thought that was pretty uncontroversial, yeah.
I was just going to say that, like, well, can you define, I mean, you've defined it before, but can you define political Islam again? Because that just sounds like, you know, fancying up the radical Islam term that, you know, that Islamophobes like to use when justifying resistance movements like this.
Yeah, so political Islam is any incursion of actually, I'm against religion included in the state. So, I mean, political Christianity, political Judaism, political Islam is any incursion of religion into the state. It can be through a series of complicated ways. We can talk about the Iranian type of political Islam. We can talk about the Vatican type of political Islam or political Christianity. We can talk about how Israel is politically Jewish. In terms of the preferential treatment that they give Jews on the basis of religion and or ethnicity.
So then let me ask you this: do you have a problem with Sinn Féin in the IRA in Ireland? Because under your definition, that would have been political Christianity.
So I have I use this example all the time when I'm talking about this because this is a great example. Sinn Féin, oh God, thank you for bringing up Sinn Féin. The solution to extremism is not to ignore it, but is to end the root cause of the extremism, which is the colonialism that bred it. So the reason Sinn Féin was a reactionary extremist or a political Catholic group was because they were fighting oppression by Protestants, and that justified, unifying Catholics under a common banner and terrorizing civilians under that banner. And the best way to solve that was for the Protestants to stop violating them. But it's really helpful to note that there was extremism bred by those Protestants, illegally colonizing them. So yes, I didn't like that Sinn Féin was a radical or was a political Catholic group. Of course, I condemn them for being that. They are not that anymore, right? They've actually developed and moderated out of that, and that's exactly what I think Hamas will do when the root cause of the extremism or of the political Islam goes away, which is the violence that necessitates the unifying under of religion.
I'm sorry. No.
1 second, people.
Karim, I'm sorry. Guys, I apologize. I have a very, very small and short time to speak. Me and Will have actually debated this. We've spoken about this before, and here we go yet again. Will, can you just not plead the fifth when it comes to Hamas? Is it so difficult to say, hey, I'm an outsider, I'm not from Gaza, I don't understand how this works, and I'm gonna plead the fifth. I'm gonna advocate for Palestinians, but I'm gonna stay out of their internal politics. Is that so difficult? Why is this so hard for you to do? Why do you come up here and opinionate on what you think should happen? And why is it that you use this whole rhetoric is you see you got a spanking because you were bad?
No, this is an important part of the analysis that I do.
You keep doing this over and over again, and I respect you and I like you, but I am done tolerating you and everyone like you's BS. Stop talking about our resistance like we are animals, because if you had the shoe on the other foot and it was a bunch of secular Jews or a bunch of secular atheists that were trapped in Gaza who started the unicorn group, then you would be okay with it.
No, I wouldn't. I condemn Christian nationalism in America. I condemn Jewish nationalism in Israel.
We don't need you. We don't need you. Or people like you.
But you just lied about me. I don't appreciate that lie. Sorry,
I know.
You don't lie.
It's the same as me meddling into your ideologies. You continue to push your narrative onto us that if the Palestinians would have just been good, they wouldn't have gotten a spanking. Are you any better than a Zionist? Are you any better than a Zionist? And the answer is no.
Nothing about what I said says that. I don't think Hamas or the Palestinians or whatever deserved or even caused any of their own oppression. I by and large, I think they were reactions to that oppression. But we're not extremists.
Hamas, we've already spoken about this. Hamas are not extremists.
If you're going to do this, you need to be honest about it.
Take it away.
Wait, there's nothing productive about lying about me. Rima,
Imagine
you did lie
Hamas.
about me. 1 second. Rima, can we have
No. I love you. I think you're a wonderful
Okay,
person.
then don't
but
lie
it
about
makes
me.
But wait a minute. You want me to tell
Then
you
don't
what I
lie.
love more than you?
Just don't lie.
You want? Okay, I love you, and I think you're an amazing person. You want to
Then
know
don't
what
lie about me. It's just disrespectful to lie about me.
You want to know what I love
guys.
more than you is my people and my freedom and my freedom fighters.
I know, and you
love
lying
them
about me
more
doesn't help
than you
that.
and more than your approval, and I'm tired of it. Will, stop. Either study this and know what you're saying, or just
I
plead the
do.
fifth.
So, Rima, once again, I'm going to correct the lie that was said about me. What you described here was totally. First of all, if it was Jewish nationalism, Christian nationalism, in any reactionary Islam nationalism, reactionary Hindu nationalism, reactionary Sikh nationalism in India, where the Sikhs are oppressed. I saw your comment, Govi. I just was pointing out the series of different nationalisms that I condemn unilaterally, whether it is by oppressed people or not oppressed people. If it was those people engaged because they're oppressed in nationalism, I don't like that nationalism, and I condemn those people holding those ideologies. That's just true. Second of all, I never, ever, 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 and I would never, ever, 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 ever suggest any narrative at all that would say that the Palestinians caused their own oppression. I do not think that Hamas, being
1 second.
a Islam nationalist group, justifies or even is a really good explanatory factor on Israel's response. I think it has possibly politically, in reality, enabled, right, some extremists in Israel to gain more power, right? But that's not what I'm suggesting. I'm neither justifying that, nor am I saying that that's even like in reality, like on actual analytical terms, a huge push. So no, that's a flagrant lie about me. I never said that the Palestinians deserved, earned, or caused their own oppression. That wouldn't make any sense with the narrative that I'm pushing either. What I'm suggesting is that they are a reaction to that oppression. So it wouldn't make sense for them to have caused that oppression. I get your critique. I disagree with lots and lots of Palestinian people. That's a fair critique. It's worrisome for me when I have ideas and ideologies that disagree with the people I'm defending. That's something that is a fair critique. But what you said as an actual substantive critique is nonsense.
Will, honey, I'm sorry, my friend. It's not your place. I just want you to understand that as much as we appreciate all of the advocacy that we get from every community, I've said this and I will say it again. And yes, it is important to have different opinions, and I understand that. But when a Palestinian comes up, someone from Gaza, I know I speak perfect English. I'm sorry for speaking perfect English and other languages. I am so sorry. I am so sorry that I don't have goats in the background speaking with me. But when a Palestinian or someone from Gaza comes to you and says, hey, this is what my people are saying, this is what we want, and you sit there and you say, no, but we know better. That is where it's troublesome, and I hope you can understand that.
I'm not saying I know better. I'm saying I disagree.
Before. Thank you.
And I'm unconvinced. I mean, like, and the actual substantive arguments that you presented me are not sufficient. I've responded to them directly. So I just disagree. And it's an important part of my analysis that I do. And when people ask me about it, I'm not going to be dishonest. So if you're asking me to be dishonest, that's fine.
I'm gonna bring you back.
Thank you so much.
Let's hear from Manula before anybody, and then move on to other panelists. Sorry guys, but just bear with us. And please, let's try to make it civil and calm, because I feel there is a bit of tension here. We're all in this together. We can come to good terms. Okay? Manula, please go ahead.
Is it my turn? Sorry, I wasn't listening. Was it my turn?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, my speaker volume is horrible, so I'm trying to hear this clearly. Will, I've heard you advocate for Palestinians. They do go hand in hand. So when you speak for Palestinians, we would appreciate it if you mirror what Palestinians want. We don't see our resistance as a T group at all. So when we have people that want to advocate for our cause and label resistance as T, you're going against what we want. So what we would appreciate, in the most polite way I could say this, is to honor our resistance and accept that resistance is the only way Palestine could be liberated. So we really don't need people to advocate for us. that aren't speaking like us. I don't know how much more clear I can make this without getting...
I can try and be clearer then. I'm not speaking for Palestinians. I speak as an American. I speak as myself. I think I make that super, super clear in pretty much all of my lives. The context and position I am coming from is not one, it is built out of empathy and caring for oppressed people across the globe. But there are advocates that try and channel the voices of Palestinians, and that is their goal. That is not me. I am an American advocating to the American government and the international world to change their policies regarding Israel because they are harming everyone from Palestinians to Syrians to Lebanese. This is true. So that is the context in which I'm speaking.
Okay,
so
well,
I agree. I need to listen to oppressed people. That's unequivocally true.
I don't know how old you were during apartheid South Africa. I don't know if you were born yet, but Nelson Mandela was labeled as a T, right? So he was labeled as a T while he was trying to resist the apartheid that was happening to his people. Right, and it was
we can talk about the term
found,
terrorist. Sorry, I just want to be clear. The
Be
context
careful with
of
that
what
word,
I'm thinking
please.
about right,
Don't say that
with
word
teeth,
on the line.
yeah. The context in which I'm talking right now is whether
But
I
I
condemn
wasn't
them.
done what
We
I
can
was
talk
saying.
specifically about whether I term them a T.
Really quick.
I wasn't
Paladin,
done.
do you see an orange button? Is your green lighting up orange right now? That little light by the house with the play button?
Yes,
Is it orange or is it red or is it green?
it's green.
Okay, you're good. If that turns orange, our conversation is racy. If that turns red, it means a ban is coming, okay?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
So just watch that color right there. If that changes colors, that means our conversation is racy and someone said something we weren't supposed to say.
Yeah, guys,
Continue.
respect
Thank you.
Platy's live. Let's not use these. If you want to use the word, the T, just say T. Don't say the whole word.
Okay.
Just
Live's
stock friendly
alive.
language, please.
Yeah, and let's
Yeah, I
not
can do
yell
that,
because yelling creates a lot of mess with the algorithm. So, again,
Exactly.
I actually wasn't finished what I was trying to tell you. So,
Manula.
in South Africa's apartheid, sorry.
Manula,
I just want to be clear. I know this. I know they were called T's. I know T has been used historically on
But they
oppressed
also-
people. So I'm
they
aware we
also
can talk
were
about that
violent.
terminology. I'm talking currently about condemning them.
But what I was trying to.
هدول يا اخي
Okay.
اسمعي.
مقلعة.
كيف حالك؟
الحمد لله.
هدوا شوي مع الشاب يعني
أنا هادية الحمد
هدوا
لله.
شوي. عبود حبيبي شلونك؟
حبيبي هلا.
Yes, I do. I'm gonna ask you one question, brother. Wilmac, I think.
Sure.
So the children now in Gaza, in 20 years, if the situation is still the same, they attack the military base for the IDF. Will you consider them as a tease?
If
The
they attack the
children now, the
military,
one-
they're well within their rights to attack
No.
the military.
Watch this. The one who lost their families. The one who lost their families. The one who lost everything. The one
If
who
they
lost
attack the
their
military?
houses. They lost everything they have. If
If they attack the military, of course they have the right to attack the military.
Okay, so that's Hamas. Simple.
That's not exclusively what Hamas is doing. And also, I've critiqued two things. One, certain Hamas actions or H group actions. Two, H groups' stated ideological goals and political goals. Those are my two critiques of Hamas. That is why I do condemn them. I condemn them for certain actions of theirs and their certain political goals.
Oh, you listen. You can't condemn somebody from outside the box.
I don't live in Israel.
Yeah.
I condemn Israel. Of course I can.
It's called Palestine. It's
So
called
what?
It's
Okay,
beginning.
I condemn the Zionist state.
So it's called Palestine in the beginning, and second of all, it's their life. They've been under this for 76 years. So what do you think I'm gonna do if somebody attack my house? I'm gonna blow the shit of him. It doesn't matter who it is. I don't give a shit. It's my house.
I mean, that's
if I
dangerous
feel my
thinking.
That's what I was
children
trying to
are in
say. Can
danger, if I see my children are in danger, I don't give a shit anymore. You can call me whatever you want, or you can call me whatever you want. Okay?
Okay,
Sorry,
can I
are
just
y'all
finish-
saying
Can I
there are
finish
no
what I was
valid
saying?
critiques
You know what?
of
I'm in
the H
Texas.
group?
I'm in Texas. If somebody attack my house, I will shoot him in his fucking face. And that's
I think that's horrible.
legal.
I think that's a bad ideology. I think that is disgusting. I think
Okay,
You think this? Why?
reactionary
If
violence
somebody,
is right.
hold on. Why is
I
wrong?
think that's
What's
the
wrong
problem.
with this?
There we are.
What's wrong with this?
If someone takes your house and you shoot them and their kids,
if
like,
somebody
I think that's bad.
attacking my children, you want me to just wait on there and tell him, oh, thank you, appreciate that.
No,
You
that's
coming
not
to my
my
house.
position.
Can I
What's
finish
an
what I was
awesome?
saying?
Yeah, I'd like to hear.
You know what? Wallah, I used to like you, and
Look,
Petra was
yeah,
thinking a
Hadi.
lot about you. I was thinking to like, I'm telling them to take
I'd
it
like to
easy.
hear
Yeah,
But
about
that's
that.
fucked up.
حدي
وحياة
Can
دينك.
I
That's fucked
finish,
up.
can I finish what I was
يلا
saying?
السلام عليكم السلام عليكم يا اخوان
Guys,
بس هذا
again,
حبيبي عبود اعذرني والله على اني بطول لما اجي عندك بس الفكره انه والله مشغول كثير
حبيب قلب ولا يهمك.
حبيبي والله يلا السلام عليكم.
So what political statements are you against? You said you're against some of their like in their political goals or something. What exactly are you talking about?
Yeah, so I don't appreciate their direct integration of Islam into a set of political goals that they have. They don't believe in a secular democratic state. So those I have issues with. They're well known. The PLO has critiqued them for this. Huge amounts of the international community have critiqued them for this. Internal Palestinian organizations have critiqued them for this. Right? Like they have integrated into their 2017 charter political goals that are aligned with Islam. Just as I would have an issue with an oppressed group of Christians in Iran pushing for Christian integration into their region, disagree with Lebanon.
Mac, do you know who Salah ad-Din is?
Not by name.
No, you should Google Salah
I'm
ad-Din.
sorry, can we let Manula finish?
Yes, please.
Interrupted.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Manula,
Thank
تفضلي.
you, Kofi. Okay, so okay. So let's not interrupt each other. It doesn't do anything. The conversation's not going to go anywhere like that. So let's just calm down, relax. It's a conversation at the end of the day. So number one point I want to make, and this is my first point, 100%, this is number one. When it comes to a group of people resisting their occupier, we are not allowed to judge them. Instead, we must judge the occupier. So there is no judgment on the H group, zero. And we're not allowed to. We're not allowed. Right at this moment during a G-side, we're not allowed. Nobody is allowed to say anything wrong in this moment as we stand about the H group because they are the only ones that are fighting for the liberation of the poor innocent souls that are being boomed with 2,000-pound bombs on their heads just for being Palestinians. So that's number one. And we're going to make this very clear. Palestinians don't want anyone, whether you're Palestinian or not, to critique the H group at all, period, right now at a time like this. When we get our liberation, we can walk through everything. But for now, while they are being oppressed and occupied, you're not allowed to speak about them. And that's the Palestinian narrative. Anyone in the comments that disagrees that's Palestinian, let me know right now.
Can I ask you, you believe that as a general principle? So
What do
you
you think
believe
about
if they were genuinely both fighting for resistance and, I don't know, ethnically cleansing every single Christian or Jew in their area, you couldn't critique them for that?
Right now,
Is that your genuine position?
When there's a literal genocide happening before our eyes in 4K, right now, as we speak, and we're
But you're saying you can't
today,
critique them. If they were going and
we are
unaliving
not
every child in their
critiquing-
country.
I'm sorry, Will. I am not, me personally, and I could promise you, nobody's going to critique the H group right now as we stand. And I don't want hypotheticals.
But where does
I
this
mean, okay,
happen?
you're setting out a principle
When
that
we're
you don't believe.
literally
No one believes that
watching-
everyone is above critique. This is my issue. Sorry,
No,
can I address what you said? Like, you just said that an oppressed people are above any and all critique. I think that is batshit insane. There is not a single human on this earth that is above any and all critique.
Okay, so I think you got half of my point, but you missed the other half. So the reason why I said that is because if you heard what I was saying, is right now, as we speak, they are under a G-side. We are witnessing a G-side today in 2024 in 4K on our phones. So yes, right now, and like I said, you can ask Palestinians on the ground, and here there's 214 Palestinians. Listen to what they're saying. right now during an active G-side, don't critique H group for anything they did at this moment. Critique the Israeli government. By the way, the party that Bibi is under was founded by who? A literal T, Menachem Begin. And we want to talk about the little things that Hamas did wrong. We're not.
I don't want to
doing
talk
that.
about it. I was asked about it.
This is what I'm trying to say. If you're pro-Palestinian, to everyone listening in the comments, if you're pro-Palestinian, do not critique the resistance that is fighting for Palestine. All of us are sitting in our homes, on our couches, sleeping in beds, and we feel entitled enough to speak about the age group. Are you serious? When there's a
First off, I was asked
catastrophic
about it,
starvation,
so no.
I'm not going to call it a famine. Catastrophic starvation, babies being unalived by the minutes, and we want to critique age group? Are you serious? This is not the time, Will.
Then
This
don't
is
ask me
not
the question about it. I
No,
was asked
no,
about
I'm
it.
sorry. If you want to critique anything in an active G-side, which shows your humanity and your compassion for your fellow human being, you would critique the government that's unaliving our families by the dozens and
Do you
nobody
not
else
see what I
at a
spend
time
hours
like
doing
this.
of my life?
But you cannot critique H group at all.
Okay.
At all.
Okay.
Right now.
Okay, cool. Can I respond to
Right
this?
now in Gaza, you are not allowed. They're the only ones fighting for Palestine. I don't know why that's so hard to understand.
Girl, can I respond to this? This has gone on for like a full minute, and it's just utter and complete.
Yeah.
It's so
It's a
insane.
conversation,
so if I'm going to
guys.
critique anyone, critique Israel.
Yeah, go ahead.
Who do I? Yeah, great. Who do I spend literal hours of my like every single day critiquing? Who do I spend like 99.9999999% of my energy, time, platform critiquing? Israel. That is like what I spend all my time doing. So if you're going to say like, oh, you need to focus on Israel, homie, I do. So I think that whole like rant about this is insane.
Don't tell
But
me.
also,
Me?
It's okay, it's okay.
One second. You said
No,
not to
well,
interrupt. You said not to interrupt.
Wait, but
No,
you
no, one
just called
second.
me homie. Like, that's a
He
conversation.
speaks,
everyone
he
homie,
speaks
I call
this
I
way,
don't
everyone
know
brother.
you from
man.
a hole in
I
the
speak
wall.
casually. This
I
is just
never
how I respond
followed
to
you.
everyone.
I don't watch your
Manula.
lives. Why are you calling me
Okay,
homie?
then
This
I
is
just
my
okay.
first
Come on.
conversation with you.
Well, please.
Okay. Let me just be extraordinarily clear. What
He
she has
speaks.
just set out. First of all, yeah, you don't follow my lives clearly. Suggesting I should focus on Israel is like insane to me because that is what I do. Like, oh my goodness. But second of all, you've just given a carte blanche, no critique to anyone under genocide. So genuinely, there are examples of this. So do you think we cannot critique the Bangladeshi people who were genocided by the Pakistanis?
I got you.
By the unalived, G-sided. Sorry, my bad. By the Bangladeshi government and the Bangladeshi people who were G-sided by the Pakistanis for active ethnic cleansing and erasure of the people in the Chittagong Hill regions. Do you think we can't critique them for that? Genuinely, because they are currently ethnically cleansing and borderline G-siding indigenous people in the Chittagong Hill regions in Bangladesh.
But
Okay.
you're talking about a G-side
And they are
act.
being G-sided by Pakistanis currently and have been. Okay? So, like, there are, like, oppression is multivariate and intersectional. And it is insane to say that because someone on one intersection of oppression is currently being affected to the highest possible degree, that exempts them from being also a part of different other systems of oppression, right? Like, that's so insane to me.
Well,
of course
you are right.
there are.
You are right, but how is H group?
Okay.
How is H group similar to any of what you just described?
That's
I'm
not
not
even...
saying they're the same. What I'm saying is that when we talk about oppression and when we talk about critiquing people for engaging in systems of oppression, one person can absolutely and utterly, to the highest possible degree, be a victim on one and also be a perpetrator on the other. This is like the simplest thing to understand
And
when you're
I
talking
hear-
about
I
intersectional
hear-
politics across the board. So what I want you to hear what I heard that you said, and I just recognized like the way I interpret it seems actually insane. What you said is that if someone is undergoing a high amount of oppression to the extent of G-side, right, then we cannot critique them for being possibly a perpetrator in another sense or in another way. They're completely exempt from any critique. Okay,
I feel
and
like
also
you
said,
still
well,
don't
focus on the
understand
oppressor.
what I was saying,
do.
guys.
I do, but that doesn't mean that I can't have it. So this whole thing started. Someone asked me, right, what my opinion here was. I don't actively spend any time doing this. Maybe this is an important context for you to know about me. I already follow that critique. I don't talk about condemning Hamas like much at all. Like it doesn't, like in terms of the energy that I actually spend into like researching why Hamas bad or whatever, like great. I don't spend much time doing. But can you see how insane it is to say, yeah, literally zero critique can be given to the oppressed people. Okay? Like zero while they're being oppressed. I think that's insane. And it's also really harmful. Like I said, in other cases where one peoples are oppressed in one case, but then absolutely the oppressor committing G-side in the other case, right, are being G-sided and are also committing G-side. What do we do then? Do we lose the ability to critique them for committing G-side?
That's not what's being said.
I don't know. That's not what I was saying. But if you want me to put it a little more,
that's a natural extension of what you said.
Okay? Well, if you want me to make it a little easier for you to understand, during a genocide is what I actually said, and the people on the panel can correct me if I'm making this up right now. During an active G-side, we're not going to critique the people that are being G-sided. You know, you gotta weigh out what you're watching and what you're witnessing. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
I do, but you're going a step beyond way.
And instead of walking into Gaza and being like, this is wrong and this is wrong, you're entitled to your opinion. By the way, I'm not trying to get you to change your mind. Who I'm actually speaking to is the audience. When we are watching a genocide or a G-side, unfold in our eyes of our own family members, we're not going to sit there and be like, well, you did this. No, we're not doing that during a genocide. And that's why
you're not going to tell the Bangladeshi people to stop genociding their indigenous people. Are you not going to do that? Can you answer the question that I asked? Are you not going to critique the Bangladeshi government?
Will, stop Phil-broing a Palestinian person, Will. I'm your mutual, but this is so fucking disappointing. This isn't a Phil-bro debate. Please. Stop interrupting her. No, genuinely, stop interrupting her, though. This doesn't have to do with Bangladeshi
she interrupted
people.
me like 10 times, but...
Okay, I understand, fine.
I respect you, Kobe, as well. But, like, she's being highly disrespectful.
I respect you as well, Will. I respect you. I understand. We're mutuals, but please let her continue talking.
I'd love, like, to be recognized as a human in this discussion.
Can she please continue talking, though?
But
please.
I feel like, Will, thank you, Kobe. I feel like you're the only one on the panel that's getting, like, super irate. Like, I was trying to have a normal
I was yelled at like 4 times in this discussion.
You're cutting me off again.
I mean, I was just saying, you're wrong. I was yelled at literally 4 times in this discussion. So no.
Okay, can we calm down, please? And let's have a conversation about this. Okay, let's engage. Let's try to. Yes,
I'm happy to be calm. That needs to come with. I need to know that I'm being heard.
I'm not trying.
Please, at least, just as human to human, I need to know I'm being heard. Can you address what I actually said?
Can she let her finish, and then she can address what you said after she's done with her point? Because Manula continues getting interrupted.
I would like to also hear from other people on the panel, please, guys.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I'll make my point, and then I'll let others go because I think this is going to take a little longer to make my actual point. Everybody is entitled to have their own opinion. They have their own minds. They have free will. You can do and think whatever you please. Now, when it comes to the Palestinians, we have the right to resist. And right now, okay, I don't understand why he's getting so irate. I'm not going to look at my phone because this is very weird. I'm not being disrespectful at all. And you're on mute speaking right into the mic. So you're definitely not listening to me. So I'm not going to speak to Will. I'm going to speak to everyone else. Everyone's entitled to their opinions. Everyone's
on mute so that you can speak. Like,
but you're speaking into the camera, like with your camera on, being condescending like I'm 5. I don't know who you think you are. I don't know, guys. I don't know Will. I don't follow him. So I don't know if this is just typical Will or this is just a brand new man. I will say to the audience, when we are looking at a group of people, which are the Palestinians in Gaza, and by the way, the West Bank is being hit too, but let's just stick with Gaza, being G-sided in front of our eyes, me personally, and I'm sure Palestinians will agree with me, we are not going to critique the people that are picking up the bodies of their children in pieces, putting them in garbage bags, to put them on trucks, to take them to get buried. And there's no room to be buried because there are jutat everywhere. Everywhere you turn in Gaza, there's a body, right? So no, we are not critiquing the people in Gaza, not any one of them, zero. And the people that are standing up to fight for what's happening to their children in Gaza, no, we are also not critiquing them, because I'm going to tell you something personal. I'm a mother, and if someone touches a hair on my child, I swear to God, there's no lengths that I would take in this world to hurt that person, and I will go to such a dark place that I will probably hurt your children as well. Okay, so don't critique the people that are picking up the body parts of their children and throwing them in vans to find a place to bury them. That's all I am going to say. And I yield my time to somebody else because now I'm pissed
Thank
off.
you for sharing that. Thank you. The people in the request, I got you guys. Can we hear from Rebel? Or Will, would you like to say something to what Manula said?
I'll just say one thing. I respect that experience. And I, once again, have deep empathy for the harm, pain that oppressed people are going through throughout the world. That's why I spent hours and hours advocating, working actively to end the genocide happening, or genocide happening by the Israeli state against the Palestinian people.
You literally
My critiques hit all people. I'm a well-known anti-Zionist pushing against the Zionist propaganda. I was trying to have new arguments.
Let each other, wait 1 second, let's let each other finish.
Yeah, I'm literally going to say one more sentence and then we can respond. I was trying to hear new arguments that were actually reasoned in response to the things I was saying, as to why it is impossible to critique people that are on one aspect oppressors and on one aspect oppressed. And I didn't hear that. I have emotional response, I emotionally understand, I'm compelled. I understand that Palestinian people are oppressed. What you said didn't respond to what I said. And I know that sounds filibustering, but I'm already compelled by how horrible things are in Palestine. I already am aware they're absolutely horrible, and that orients every single action that I take. But it's just the words and sentences that you said didn't respond to the words and sentences.
Okay, can I
respect for your pain. I don't have respect for that response in the context of what I said.
Can I make it clear, Will? Are you the type of person that when a woman is being abused by her husband, boyfriend, are you the type to say, let's critique the lady and what she did wrong during the time she was abused? Or do we just focus on the fact that her husband, who's an abuser, did something wrong? Do we critique the abused victim, or do we critique the actual dumbass that abused her? Sorry for my language, guys. This is not me.
We can talk,
but
great.
isn't this common sense?
Okay. Now we're able to talk about hypotheticals. If there was a child that this woman abused because she was being abused by her husband, I would reserve the right to both critique the husband for abusing her, his
part
wife,
of my
and critique the
hypothetical,
wife
so why
for
are you adding
abusing
that
her
in there?
child.
That
Yeah,
wasn't part of my hypothetical.
I know, and I'm trying to help you
No, that wasn't
understand
part
the
of my
points I'm making,
hypothetical.
which is
You
people
know
can be both victim and oppressor. This is the most basic intersectional point. People can be victim and oppressor.
Okay.
Yes, I would critique the woman if she had something to be critiqued, but I would 100% critique the oppressor as well. And by and large, we could say, hey, look, this woman is harming her child as a direct reactionary response to this husband directly harming his wife, and that is a helpful observation and a helpful analysis to do. It's not helpful to completely ignore it and say, well, this child may have been harmed, but God, I don't know how this child got harmed. Come on, people can be victim and oppressor, and it's helpful to recognize this complicated material dynamic.
Absolutely.
Yes.
People can be advocating and oppressor at the same time, especially when you're a whitey American that doesn't even know what oppressor and oppressed, your most oppressed feeling is you going to your room, bro. All right? That's your most oppressed feeling. Look, Will, all right? Great, buddy. You're advocating for your tax money. You're advocating because your government is selling you out as an American citizen. Your advocacy don't come and say, well, I'm advocating for this and this and this. Your advocacy is for your own sake, because billions of your own money is being tokenized and being sent to an entity that's unaliving kids. If you are Islamophobe, or religious phobe or an atheist phobe, that is up to you. Just understand your position, that you're a whitey American, that your ancestors are oppressor, that you are existing on a land that was taken by oppressed people, all right? Like your grandparents came to the land that you're in right now, unalived people took their land and stayed there, all right? So you don't have the privilege to even start talking and trying to criticize anyone, because you are the problem. As an entity, the white man is the problem, bro. Buddy, you are the problem. You have to recognize that and make an understanding that I am, as a white man, I have to understand what can I speak about, what can't I speak about, all right? And you definitely look, Will, you definitely haven't earned the privilege to criticize how people resist oppression, because you haven't felt an oppression in your entire damn life. Once comes someone, beat the crap out of you, boom your house, unalive your family, come and lecture my butt about how to resist, and I will listen to you. Okay?
You don't know anything about me or my life.
Before that, don't cut me off. I have had my hand up for the past half a damn hour, waiting to speak without being cut off. All right? Don't do that. Okay? I appreciate you advocating for your tax money. Great, thank you. Fantastic. You have a humanity in you as a person. Great, fantastic. But you haven't had the privilege. You haven't earned the privilege to say, I feel you're oppressed and I feel how it feels to be oppressed. All right? You don't. You just don't, bro. All right? That's a fact. That's a reality. You're the most elite person in the racist system in the country you're in. You have experienced the least systematic oppression, okay? Because you're a bro debate talk, okay? That's who you are as a person. You have experienced bad shit. I'm not telling you you haven't, all right? You have experienced, you have experienced a lot of things, but don't tell me you have experienced oppression and you haven't earned the privilege to criticize how people defend themselves, how people resist. Okay? You just didn't. It's simple. You can play the fifth. If you have an understanding to your privileges, you can say, hey, I plead the fifth about criticizing how oppressed people defend themselves and resist their oppressor. And leave it at that. You will earn so much more respect. But instead, you're saying, I respect how you felt. I respect how the kid was headless. I respect how they've been unaliving you since 48. I respect that. I understand that. But I just disagree today. Seriously.
Can I respond to this? I mean, I've been personally attacked multiple times. Can I respond?
Yeah, you can respond to this. Give me a break.
Okay, because nothing that you said responded to the argument that I made. Everything that you said was commenting on things, number one, you know nothing about. You don't know my lived experience. You don't know what I live. I don't
give a damn about your lived experience. You have no idea. You have no idea about you have. Wait.
One second. I'm sorry.
This is not going well, guys. Like we agreed not to interrupt others.
I am, guys. Please, bro.
I'm muting everybody. I'm so sorry.
We are having a conversation. Please, we don't have to make this about personal attacks. We are conversating as civil people. Please, let's do this.
Bro, I am done walking the white man's feelings and trying to convince them. I tried to convince them about the way and the oppression that we have faced as Syrian, Palestinians, and Levant people. All right.
انت حكيت عنه صحيح.
Give him a chance to answer. You talk.
Give him a
Let him
chance
talk
to
now.
address what you said. We were.
Yes. Can I please like set the parameters for this conversation? Please, let's not interrupt each other. Again, if we interrupt each other, if we speak over each other, if we scream at each other, it's literally like not going to be productive at all.
And no personal attacks.
That doesn't mean you're not allowed to be angry. You have every right to be angry. You have every right to be emotional. Don't police yourself. But while we're having this conversation, please let each other finish talking. Well, continue.
Appreciate and respect, Zena. And also apologies for when I do interrupt. I obviously need to regulate myself better as well.
It's okay.
To make clear, Rebel, I consider what you have just done highly disrespectful, personally. Why am I to the people in comments? Why am I taking it personally? Because it was highly disrespectful, personally. I am a privileged white man that is, by and large, across many intersections, highly privileged. Okay? You, Rebel, know absolutely nothing about me, and commenting about my lived experience, right, or commenting about saying I've never experienced oppression of any form, or commenting about the lived experience in that way, is disrespectful. I get the point. It doesn't need to be done. It's also disrespectful because it has nothing to do with the point that was made. I referenced a very clear conceptual framework, right, that no one has addressed. And I trust that people on this panel are able to address it. But you didn't. Instead, you chose to completely disqualify me from the conversation. I do not believe anyone, by and large, is disqualified from a discussion of a concept people can understand. Okay? And so to disqualify me from a concept where, number one, I, as an American, do have an interest in this, right? I am a taxpayer, as you referenced. Them committing genocide against the Palestinians is an interest in me. Of course, I'm going to comment on it. And I have to have opinions on internal Palestinian politics, overall material analysis of the whole entire situation on the ground, the consequences of colonialism. As I've pointed out multiple times, I view H group primarily as a consequence of Western colonialism, and therefore it makes that problem worse for me. And as a Westerner, I'm more and more worried when I see extremist groups that were propped up and supported and reactionary to Western colonialism. Like, this all fits into a material analysis. So that is why it's relevant, and that is why I think I have a right to speak on it, beyond people generally having the right to speak on what they need to. But secondarily, I want an answer. And really, please, I want someone to actually respond to the argument that I made, because Rebel didn't even attempt to, and Manloon said I don't think she even did. But a person can be both an oppressor and oppressed. And that goes to the extreme, and that goes to the minimum. At the extreme of being G-sided, you can still be an oppressor if you're being G-sided. As I pointed out, as was my point with the Pakistanis and the Bangladeshis, we can talk about that history if we want to. This is true. And so Manloon, if people still stand by Manloon's point, which is that if you're being G-sided, you cannot critique this group of people at all, right? I need someone to explain to me why that is wrong. Otherwise, I think this is just, you are personally upset that you feel as though an identity or a people group that you are trying to push for might be harmed by this rhetoric being engaged in, which is a fair feeling to have, right? But it doesn't actually mean that the rhetoric is wrong. It just means that it is personally emotive to you. So someone, I'd like
can I respond to that?
One second. We had engineer for a long time. For a long time. Please, I'd like to listen from him, and then we can go back to you, Rebel, and then Ramona.
So,
say something after
everybody.
Engineer and Ramona, because I've been waiting a bit. After all the Palestinians talk, I'll say something.
Kovi, you're co-hosting. I forgot about that, but yeah, you can.
You forgot. Yeah, wow, that's crazy.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Well, this is the first time I talk to you. Thank you for your advocacy, and I think most of us appreciate what you do. But like, what you need to understand that like people like Rebel, he literally went through a G-side. He's a product of what happened in Syria. So, and even me as a Palestinian, I can't. Like, he went through way more than I've been through. I haven't been through much. My family is going through a lot in Palestine. I'm not there. So like the thing is, I will tell you, you asked a very clear question. I mean, it's fine to criticize some things that the resistance do, because like they are human beings, they make mistakes and so on. But the thing is, the occupation, the Zionist entity, is defaming the resistance, and the resistance are the only ones who are fighting against the G side. And I don't know if you have journalists in your life. By the way, I watched a lot of your lives. I see Kovi on there a lot, and I've been following you for a long time, and I really appreciate you. But so like, for example, we host lives where we are talking to journalists in Gaza. And one of the times the journalists were in Shuhada al-Aqsa hospital, and they were showing us, it was at the night time, and they were showing us the light coming from a couple of blocks away because of firefights, because the ITF is trying to reach Shuhada al-Aqsa hospital to do what they did there, to do what they did in Ash-Shifa hospital. And Hamas was fighting against them, and Hamas didn't allow them to reach the hospital. And we saw them getting closer block by block, and we hear the boom booms and all that. And Hero Group is fighting against them, and they succeeded. They couldn't reach the hospital, and everyone was happy. Our people in Shuhada al-Aqsa hospital were saved because of Hero Group. So, in the same time, Israel is trying to demonize Hero Group to justify the genocide that they are committing. And like, we all know that this is not a justification. If Hero Group was, I don't know, if it was ISIS or even a mustache man army, that's not an excuse to attack the civilians in this way. We know that. But that's what they are using as a justification. And they have a lot of influence in Western media and in Western governments, that the Western media and the Western governments are making these points for them. Right? So based on that, we shouldn't fall into it. Like, I don't think anybody worldwide is perfect. Everybody is open to criticism. But at the end of the day, we shouldn't be criticizing them because they are the only line of defense. And yes, an oppressed people can be oppressor in the same time. Like, I have no doubt about that. I agree with you. But that's not the case now. It's not. And this is the line of defense. If the line of defense is breached, we're done. Like, Israel will not stop if they eradicate the resistance. We saw the PLO leave Lebanon in 1982, and Israel, instead of being like, okay, they left, like we requested, no, they went in and they mass analyzed the people, including Sabra and Shatila massacres. Thousands of Palestinians and Lebanese were unalived, right? And like, when I asked you what are your criticism, you said like they want to integrate Islam, but like they want to do it like democratically. And like, when we want each group as resistance, not as government. When we are independent, when we liberate the land, when we have our own country, we will have a democratic system where we vote for whoever we want. We're going to be like, okay, Ismail Haniyeh, you want to run for president? Okay, show us your agenda. What's your plan? And Mustafa al-Barghouthi would run against him, and this guy, and that guy, and that guy. So like, we're judging them as a resistance group on base of their resistance. We're not saying that they're governance, because like, that's not the case. It's resistance, and they are resisting a literal genocide that's taking place. That's the whole point.
Okay. So I think you brought up some interesting points there as to how we can frame our discussion. I guess I want to make, like, let's try and have a framework here. We can have two ways of talking about this. What you and I, in private, believe to be the reality, right? If you and I were sitting in a locked, closed room, what we thought was the reality of the situation. If you actually in your real brain thought there was a critique of the age group, and if I actually in my real brain thought there was a critique of the age group. And then what you and I, as media figures talking to 260 people, right, and pushing a certain media narrative or a certain argumentation within the context of all of the media landscape should do. Okay. And we can have disagreements. You could say, well, we should talk about a critique when it's just you and I, because that critique is like reality. We're talking about reality. But maybe it's not helpful to bring up that critique in public because Israel has pushed that critique so far that it's going to push this false narrative, right? Just for clarification, do you understand that distinction that I'm trying to push,
Yes.
trying to make clear? Okay. And it seems your critique went on both of those, which is saying, well, on one scape, across the media landscape, Israel, if you do this, it might feed into Israel's huge media campaign, which I think is fair. I disagree on a pragmatic stance that the position that y'all are taking, or the position that Manula, apologies, is taking, is better. Giving someone immunity from critique rather than giving people, than saying this critique is wrong, here's a reasonable critique. I view that as more productive in a media landscape and will pull more people over, like media-wise. But that's a pragmatic, non-ideological question. That's like literally what is pragmatic rhetoric. So I think I want to separate that argument. As to the second one, if we separate that, then maybe I'm less clear on the argument that you're making in terms of like, in reality, can we critique them? In reality, you said, oh, in reality, they can do things wrong. Yeah, I agree. That's why I'm in reality saying that they did something wrong. So like there we seem to have an agreement. It just seems to be that maybe we shouldn't say it out loud and we shouldn't say it in a public sphere. If that's your argument, then let's talk about that. That's interesting. I disagree pragmatically, but that's like a discussion we can have. So just for clarification's point, did I kind of summarize and address that correctly? Or do you think if we were sitting in a room together privately, no bugs, nothing, that we couldn't have a discussion about how we critique Hamas or the age group?
I'm so sorry. Manula has been wanting to drop this whole time, but wanted to say.
I'm not directing this conversation.
No, it's okay. You were responding to Engineer. That's perfectly fine. Manula, you can make your point and then ask.
Yes.
You can also tell me who you want to drop for in your place.
I want to drop for Spades. I do have to go, but before I go, I want to make my point. I think I was like super upset, so my point wasn't clear, but I'll make it super clear. You can't teach a starving man table manners. And this is why I say don't critique H group. They are going through a literal genocide. Let them eat, and then we'll discuss table manners. Does that make more sense, Will? I wasn't trying to be argumentative, disrespectful, none of that. My point is going to be clear, and I'll stand on that till the day I die. Do not critique. Do not teach a starving man table manners. Let them eat. Let them do what they want to do. And if we want to critique anyone, we'll critique the people that are starving, right? It goes to my analogy, the people in Gaza. And that's what I want to make very clear for the 273 people here. Do not critique a group of starving people that have bombs dropping on their heads all day, all night, and seeing their children be unalived. That's it. There's no back and forth with my point. My point is super clear, and I will stand on that. And I really hope people that want to stand for Palestine listen to what Palestinians want. Don't critique us right now. Don't look at anything we're doing wrong or right or anything at this moment. Yeah, Will, don't scrunch your face and smile at me. This is not a joke. It's a
I'm not
literal
smiling.
genocide.
I'll respond when I can respond.
I mean, I don't understand where this disrespect is coming from. At first, I thought this was a logical, proper, educational
That wasn't meant to be disrespectful. Apologies.
But your attitude towards me too, like, I know I'm a nothing, I get it, but I was talking to you respectfully and I was explaining to you what Palestinians want, and you started getting irate with me, which is super weird. All we're saying is let's not critique.
I didn't mean to be disrespectful when I was irate because I was disrespected.
But
Just to
not
be
by
extraordinarily
me,
clear.
Will. Why are you taking that out on me?
You were,
I didn't
you were disrespectful to me, but
No,
that's neither here nor
what did
there.
I say that was disrespect? I don't want to go into a back and forth with you.
Nor do I.
At the end of the day, like I said, and I will say it again, we're not going to critique the people that are under a G-side while we're sitting in America, Europe, Canada, wherever you are in the world. You have no clue about what is happening to these people. The UN reported catastrophic starvation in Gaza. It's like a category 4, if I'm not mistaken. Like, there's nowhere else in the world that is starving like the people in Gaza, and it's on purpose. It's literally a man-made famine. The first time I've ever in my life witnessed a man-made famine, being blocked off from food. We are not allowed to critique starving people. No, we are not going to teach them table manners. We are not going to tell them what to do. We're going to let them eat, and then we'll discuss everything later. That's all I wanted to say. You could bring up Spades in my spot, please. I'm done.
I'll bring him up.
Thank you, Manula.
Salam,
Okay.
Plati. I'm sorry, Plati. I'll talk to you later, inshallah. Salam.
Let me respond really quickly to that. It'll be super quick. First of all, Madeline can, I don't know, didn't mean to be disrespectful by and large. Both of us got emotional. Almost everyone else on this panel got emotional. Not all of our best moments. So apologies if it was insulting. Apologies if it was disrespectful. I didn't mean it to be, by and large. Second of all, like the reason I'm moving my face is because like I want to maintain silence while showing just marking, at least for me and for other people, what I believe on certain statements being said. Second of all, the analogy is somewhat helpful. I think your previous analogy was more helpful, which is, well, if a woman was being harmed by her husband, can we critique the woman? I think it's very helpful. Like, I don't think these are manners. I think these are like actively harming and oppressing other people. And can we critique? I can critique any and all oppressions and harm. So like that, like the analogy you brought up, which is like, well, if a wife does something wrong and a husband harms her, can we critique the wife? Not in a way that blames the harm on her, right? But in a way that, like, if it's harming a child, we can say, well, who harmed this child, right? Like, this makes sense. I don't, the table manners thing is interesting. I don't think immediately because you don't have all of the resources, or because you are being actively starved, or because you are in an actively horrendous situation, that means that you have a carte blanche moral, no moral duty. Mm-hmm. I just don't believe that.
Can I tell you the difference in that? Oh yeah, should I drop you? Okay.
Plati, I'm sorry, but نحكي بعدين, okay?
أكيد منولة ولا يهمك.
Okay, salam.
Can I add something onto that analogy? What if you went to the trial of said DV case of the husband being charged of DV, and while you were at that trial and you are called to the witness stand, would you bring up the fact that the wife abused her child?
If it was the trial of the husband?
If it was a DV trial about how the husband has been abusing the wife, would you then go to the witness stand and bring up the fact that the wife abused her child?
Was I asked about it?
You were asked as a witness to comment on the relationship.
Was I asked if the wife had harmed the child? I mean this, once again, I'm trying to be respectful, but like, it depends on context, because if we're trying to make this as analogous as possible, if I was asked about it, in respect for the system and the context in which we were talking, I would be honest and tell them what actually did in fact happen. Just as I would now. That's kind of my point. I don't bring it up. You're right. I wouldn't actively choose to say, yeah, this wife is so horrible for these reasons and another, which is what I do in my advocacy anyway. I don't start the conversation saying I condemn Hamas. But when people ask me about it, or when it is brought up otherwise, that is the truth in the position that I have.
But don't you think, don't you think that changes the perception though from, I don't know, deciding to center her as the villain of the story instead of actually focusing on the crimes of the husband?
once this is the
Because
thing,
you would be switching the perspective. No, I understand what you're saying, right? Even if you're actually talking about it, but you would be switching the perspective from focusing on the husband who is DVing the wife, and instead focusing on the wife's mistakes. You would be centering her in that case. Then, would you not?
I don't think so, because if I said, like, it depends how so what I would think would be entirely unproductive would be for me to say, no, comma, this wife, because she is being harmed by the husband, can do no wrong. No, I do not believe that she can do anything wrong or be critiqued for anything because she is being harmed by her husband. I think that would lose me a lot of credibility to the jury. What I think would gain me credibility to the jury is if I said, yes, she did do, okay, the cross-examining lawyer asked me, has she harmed the child? Knowing that she has, right? That's like how this works. And they ask, has she harmed the child? I say, yes, but it is extraordinarily common for victims of abuse to continue the cycle of abuse. And the harm against the child both acts as evidence of the violence against the wife and as further harm that is caused by the initial harm that the husband is doing to the wife. And therefore, I urge the jury to continue to persecute this husband. That's what I would say.
What's the objective? So I want to ask you something. What's the objective of said critique? Like you criticizing the resistance movement, how is it going to solve the whole issue, right? Which I'm sorry, I was quiet this whole time, but I just wanted to mention, if you want to talk about the issues of morality within the age group, like the age group are not animals. Tariq Bakoni, who is a Palestinian scholar, wrote an amazing book about this called Age Group Contained: The Rise and Pacification of Palestinian Resistance. Within that book, he actively talks about the moral implications of the age group's actions within the context of the whole issue. He talks about whether something could be considered resistance or theism, the moral justifications. He also does highlight the internal debates with regards to morality that actively happens within the age group regarding the balance between ideological purity or pragmatic political actions, whether the age group should use self-unaliving boom booms or bus boom booms. All of these discussions were actively happening within the age group itself. They were very much capable of actually having all these moral debates. And that's why they decided to stop doing certain things, right? After the second intifada as well. The only issue that I have here is, you know what? I'm going to go after Ramona. It's okay. I'll go after Ramona.
Okay, can I respond just quickly to that, just to kind of extend the point, which is, I don't doubt that they're autonomous. You asked, what's the point of the critique? And with respect, I think I've already answered this, and I just did in the analogy I did. That was kind of my point. But two rhetorical reasons that I would do it. Number one, because I was asked. And I need to maintain, I'm having a discussion with someone, and number one, I'm not going to lie to them. So I'm going to tell them what I actually believe. I have two options, if I'm going to be honest. Either I don't engage, plead the fifth, say I'm not going to engage in that critique, right? But then I would need to give a justification for not engaging that critique. And I'm not compelled by the justification for not giving the critique. So I have to be honest about something. And so I need to be compelled by a justification to not give a critique. Otherwise, I need to give it that I actually believe. And I actually do believe there are valid critiques of the age group. And so then we ask, well, what is the point? So there's a secondary point beyond just me existing in a conversation, having to talk about things, which is that I think I would use it to engage a large-scale analysis of the material situation in Israel. And I think it is extremely useful to that analysis, and it's honest, and it makes the analysis go together, and it synthesizes a lot of the events that are happening to say, look, we would expect extremism, and we would expect, religious political movements in response to colonialism. This colonialism was so bad that the response that we got the only thing it could do was unify under religion or something like that. Like it's helpful in predictive political analysis. So I guess that's the two things. It's a helpful analysis to help explain the situation in the context of a leftist materialist
in academic
perspective.
spaces. Yes, in academic spaces, 100%. You like I'm in academia. You have all of these analyses. You understand why nationalism even develops, which nationalism is needed. If you read Frantz Fanon, for example, if you read The Wretched of the Earth, if you read any post-colonial theoretical work, nationalism of the oppressed is 100% needed, because only through nationalism would you be able to mobilize mass support. You would be able to legitimize your struggle. You would be able to counteract your colonial, the colonial ideologies that are oppressing you. You would be able to build more unity through nationalism. Like if you read The Wretched of the Earth, I don't know if you've read it, but if you read The Wretched of the Earth and Frantz Fanon and how he explains the need for nationalism specifically in instances of colonialism, after colonialism is done and the colonial empire has crumbled, nationalism is horrible. You don't need it. You don't need nationalism in a country that is not oppressed. But with regards to marginalized communities, you do need that nationalism the same way you do need that violence as well. Like, you cannot free yourself or liberate yourself without said violence, because a colonial empire would never ever allow you to do so. That's why you had, somebody mentioned the ANC. The ANC had a military wing called the Umkhonto we Sizwe. The Umkhonto we Sizwe were incredibly violent, actively violent. Nobody talks about them now because it did not matter, right? Like, their violence did not matter. The same way when we talk about the Haitian War of Independence, we don't talk about the fact that after the Haitians gained independence, they went and unalived 3,000 white French people. Randomly, they unalived 3,000 white French families and husbands and wives. They went and they massacred them. But in our collective memory of the Haitian or understanding of the Haitian War of Independence, we never sit here and talk about Toussaint being a T or the Haitians being T's, because we understand that from the colonized perspective, violence is necessary to self-actualize and necessary to free yourself. So we can have these conversations and debates and material analysis, very necessary, after the G-side.
Okay, that's what I wanted to. Okay, this is interesting. I appreciate this perspective. Okay, that's so helpful for my perspective. The after the fact is interesting, because I think my goal. Okay. I'll give you a sec to clarify. You said in an academic setting. I don't talk like in a formalistic academic setting, but like my goal when I'm talking is to help people build internal structures in their mind, internal conceptual structures to contextualize like what's happening right now. Right. I don't want reactionaries to come out of like what I'm doing and the advocacy I'm doing. I want them to have their own rational, critical thinking caps on when they're doing that. Right. And so that is like the academic framework I'm talking about. So are you saying now is not the time to build conceptual understandings of what's happening? Like, because from my view, it is. From my view,
no.
That's the best.
When people are trying to survive a colonial empire, they're not going to sit here and try to think about or engage in all of this like material analysis while they're trying to actually get the boot off of their neck. Like, all of these discussions and questions and critiques that you're having are very well important critiques that can be analyzed, can be discussed, whether it is in an academic or just in general discourse as well. Very important conversations to have after Palestinians have freed themselves, because Palestinians also have these critiques, or they have some critiques, or they might not have critiques. Palestinians very well have these debates about morality or whatever it is. But for now, though, they can't be thinking about this.
Just to be clear, I'm speaking to Westerners. Like, I'm not speaking to anyone in God. Like, the people we're talking to, the audience we have right now, we're not talking to H group members and we're not talking to Palestinians. And by and large, we're not even talking to Israelis. We're talking to the people that have the privilege to change their conceptual frameworks.
No,
Right.
but the thing is, you're feeding into. Oh, sorry, engineer.
Okay, so like here's the thing. You have big views, like you have a lot of viewers, right? So like I hate this. I really, really, really hate this. Like I'm talking and then an Israeli would come up and say to me, Jews were there 3,000 years ago, right? And it doesn't matter. Like even if Palestinians were invaders, it doesn't matter. That doesn't give you the right to commit a genocide, right? Well, it doesn't. It doesn't matter. What's happening in Gaza is not justifiable, right? We agree on that. But the thing is, I understand that there are hundreds of people who are watching, and I hate to do this. I have to prove to them that the Palestinians are Canaanites. Because like somebody who's like on a different level would be like, oh my God, the Jews are indigenous, the Palestinians are invaders, it's okay to genocide them. Like, that's a stupid person, but he's amongst the viewers, right? And I hate the fact that I have to go into that and talk about this stupid shit that has nothing to do with what's happening today, right? But like, that's what we're dealing with. You have hundreds of people viewing your live, and those people will form their opinions based on different things. And this is
that's
very
exactly
important.
my point.
Yes, they will form their opinions based on different things. So when you start condemning the resistance for little things, or some little things that they did here or there, or disagreements, not even violations, some people will form their opinion that what's happening in Gaza is okay, despite that there is no justification for it. So we have to be careful with what we say. This is very important. And like, for example, if you want to do the right thing, if someone tells you like, Hamas did this, Hamas did that, like, don't agree with it. Just say like, even if it was true, which it wasn't, even if it was true, that just doesn't justify. But like, I don't have to get out of my way and condemn the oppressed people who are fighting oppression. I don't have to do that. And I'm never gonna do that. I will never do that. Like, I could condemn an individual, but I'm not gonna condemn the oppressed people. Like for example, when like October 7 happened and they came out like 40 beheaded babies, I was like, okay, the person who did that must be unalived immediately, the person who did that, before it got debunked, right? That person. But Hamas is not delegitimized. It's still a legitimate resistance, and they have the right to resist and to fight against those what we call nationalist socialists in German, because that's what the Zios are, right? They still have to do that. They still have the right to attack. And yeah, so like, this is very important where we criticize and what we criticize and in front of who. Because like, those people will form their opinions depending on what you say. And like, I understand to you.
I understand the point, yeah.
I understand to you it's illogical for someone to be like, yeah, the genocide is okay because of October 7th, because it's not. But like, can you imagine that there are people who actually believe that? And there are people who believe the genocide is actually okay because there were Jewish people living in the land 3,000 years ago, which aren't the Ashkenazi Jews, they were Middle Eastern Jews. Like, so like, people are not on the same intellectual level, so we need to be careful with what we say. That's all.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So Rebel, you've been waiting, and Ramona as well has been waiting. So Rebel, you can get in a quick word.
Ramona can go before. Yeah, Ramona can go before. I can.
Okay,
yeah,
so
Ramona, that's all right.
Ramona, Rebel, and then Mr. Spades.
Yes, please. I would like to give everyone a chance to share their opinions, because we also have people in the request. So
Yeah, I have to drop after this party.
Take your time.
I'm gonna stay. Yeah. Okay, this is different from what you guys were saying. Honestly, this makes me very, very sad. This idea of you cannot critique a government, it makes me very sad. you're making an argument that H group has never made, right? You're making an argument that H group has never made. They invited for an investigation. In January, they posted a document called Our Narrative, Al-Aqsa Flood, right? You can go read their document. They themselves said mistakes could have been committed on October 7th. That is why we invite an investigation, and that is why we are open. If anybody did anything wrong, unalived a child, raped, any of these horrendous acts, we will punish them ourselves, right? The fact that you think Palestinians in Gaza and you're saying, oh, they can go do whatever they want, they can commit the most horrendous acts like unalived children, or and they have the right to do that, or they shouldn't be critiqued for it, makes me feel like it's condescending and patronizing, because you're assuming that it's a group of people that are savages and can do whatever they want and get away with it, and it makes me really sad. The reason H group won the elections to begin with is because they were open to critique, okay? The H group democratically won the elections because the Palestinian Authority was oppressing people, they were not helping people, and they were abroad. And the H group leaders came from refugee camps, like Ismail Haniya came from a Shati refugee camp. He used to live there, he used to provide electricity to everybody in the neighborhood from his own generator, right? And the reason they won democratically is because people can relate to them. They had the same day-to-day struggles, they had the same upbringing, they had the same mindset, right? And even within the H group itself, they criticized themselves all the time. Like, for example, when the S-boomings and unaliving oneself started happening, right? Musa Abu Marzouk, probably the most influential leader in H group after Ahmed Yassin, came out saying, we don't believe in that, we believe it's wrong, and the last time that happened was in 2005, except for one isolated incident in 2008. I can sit here and say I support the resistance, and occupied people have the right to resist, and at the same time, resistance is subject to humanitarian law and human rights law. I can, if it's my own brother, if it's my own mother resisting, and they unalive a child, I'm gonna stand up and critique that. Now there's a time and place for everything, right? Each group itself criticized themselves many, many times. Like in 2021, each group passed a law putting travel restrictions on women and minors. And women in Gaza went to the courts and protested outside the court. Within 3 days, H group revoked that law. They revoked that law within 3 days. So they themselves are not asking all of you to say, we're not going to critique you, you have a green pass, you can go do whatever you want. But at the same time, there is a time for that. There is a time for critique, and I agree with that. Now, I don't completely agree with Will either. Well, I think you should read more on H group. And I'll give you like a couple of things that H group has done. First of all, H group never claimed that they want to rule by Islamic law. They actually did the opposite. H group never claimed that they want to rule by Sharia. They are not religious extremists. In fact, in 2010, some young men in Gaza, a group of young men became radicalized, and they used to go online and look at all these Salafi websites, and they started forming small groups, small radical groups, like for example Jund Ansarullah, and they would meet with each other and talk about establishing a caliphate and establishing Sharia and all that stuff. Each group did not go and recruit these people, because if that was their ideology, they would have recruited them. What they did was imprison them, crack down on them, unalive them, and punish them for that, because that's not their ideology. They don't believe in extremism. They don't believe in radicalism. That's not their idea. And they never claimed that they wanted to create an Islamic state out of Palestine. They never claimed that. The reason they adopted Islam is because they believed that applying to themselves Islamic values, being a good Muslim, means that you're also, it also helps you when, it also makes you a good nationalist, right? Not to disregard the Christians and Jews of Palestine. I think you should read more on H group, because I think you are, you know, there is misinformation that you have said on them. I really suggest you read some books about them. They are not who you say they are. At the same time, guys, H group itself, it critiqued itself many times. There is a time and place for everything. The oppressor right now is Israel. They're unaliving us. They're genociding our people. They're doing all these terrible things to us. And that's what we should be focusing on. At the same time, if somebody comes to me, and you all heard me debate people, if somebody comes to me and says, do you agree that unaliving children is wrong? I would say, yes, unaliving children is wrong. And H group itself said that unaliving children is wrong. And that's why they said, come and investigate. We have nothing to hide. Come and investigate. We're open to critique. We're a democratic society. And the sticking point in the negotiations right now is the release of Marwan Barghouti. Marwan Barghouti is from the Palestinian Liberation Organization. Okay, Marwan Barghouti, H group itself does not agree with him. They said his ideology is different from our ideology. However, he is somebody that would be democratically elected by the Palestinian people, and we're listening to the Palestinian people, and the Palestinian people, like, this is the one person who would unify all of us. So they are trying to release him even though they don't agree with his ideology. So I'm yapping too much, I have to drop, but basically my point is, guys, you're making a point that the H group itself hasn't made. For Will, I think, you know, and Rebel, I'm so sorry, Rebel, out of everybody, you're Syrian. You should know that out of everybody, you should be able to criticize your government. Out of everybody here.
Yeah, I didn't disagree with that, Ramona.
Yeah. Now that said, well, I hope, like, there's many sources and many books I can suggest to you, thank you, Private, about H group. We do book readings all the time. We talk about H group. There's a lot that you would be surprised to know about. There's more women in H group than there are men. There is a militant faction for women in H group, which people don't know about. A woman ran to be leader of H group. There's a lot of things that people don't know about them. So I encourage you to read more about them. You don't have to support them, but you know, at least, you know, there's some misinformation that you can correct yourself on. And you guys, I don't think he should be attacked for his opinions. I don't think we should force anybody to believe in anything. People in Gaza have all sorts of opinions, and perpetuating the narrative that people in Gaza cannot protest, they cannot have different opinions, is just perpetuating the narrative of the occupier.
Can I ask you a question, Ramona?
Of course.
But don't you think there's a difference between condemning the H group and critiquing them?
Yeah, I mean, of course. I mean, this word condemn is a very, like, I don't know. I don't even know. Like, to me, it's a very weird word to use. Condemn. I don't know. Like, I condemn unaliving children. It doesn't matter who it is. Like, H group, my own mother. I don't care. But at the same time, I'm not gonna go out of my way to make that my first statement and then go on to talk about the occupation. If that's brought up, I'm just gonna address it real quick and move on.
But I think that's what's, like, the issue is, like, criticizing and condemning. But sorry, Rebel was next, and then Mr. Spades.
I honestly don't know, like, the exact difference, because English is not my first language. But you know, regardless, like, that's all I wanted to say. I'm gonna have to drop soon if Will wants to respond to anything.
You can critique individual acts without condemning the whole resistance movement.
Can I respond
before Rebel, if Rebel doesn't mind?
By and large, oriented towards me generally. I just quite short response. Thank you. Also, just because, like, I have unfortunately become, like, personally and emotionally invested in this discussion. Like, holy shit, I think I'm in love with you, Mana. Like, I know you disagree with me, but, like, oh my god, I just have to recognize that's, like, how I'm feeling right now. Like, oh my goodness. You said that much better than I did. And you made a point that I did not have prepared. So appreciate and love. That is an incredible point that they themselves haven't done this. So thank you. I know we have disagreements about actually what critiques we should levy against the H group. I'm aware we don't all agree. I'm not saying we all agree. I'm not saying you and I agree on everything. Just like, that was an incredible point. I agree with you. And I'm not just saying that because like you agree. It was a good point. But the specifics that I said was I don't like religion and politics being intermixed. That's the critique I have levied against Israel.
And that's what I corrected you on.
Sorry?
And that's what I corrected you on. H group never claimed that they're ruling by any religion.
So sorry, Islam.
We don't have religious law. We follow secular law in Gaza.
The Islamic Resistance Movement, H Group, is a Palestinian Islamic national liberation and resistance movement. Its goal is to liberate Palestine and confront the Zionist project. Its frames of reference is Islam, which determines its principles, objectives.
That's what I said, yeah. Islamic values does not mean Islamic law.
No, I never suggested that it wanted Sharia law, though. I never said that. I said that they intermixed Islam with politics, which they do. Their principles, objectives, and means are political principles, objectives.
Yeah, and they have Christian ministers too. It's like I don't see that's another point I disagree with. Like I think we should be able to use religious values in resistance and use religious values as guidance for us. I don't think that should be critiqued from a Western standpoint.
That's a fine
it's your opinion.
Yeah, that we can have like. I principally disagree. I'm against Christians intermixing with politics. I believe in secularism as like a movement. We can talk about a pragmatic, ideological, like any framework from that. But that's my critique. I never suggested they believed in Sharia law. I'm aware they are a coalition of a series of different organizations and a series of different individuals of different faiths. Like I'm aware of this. I do need to learn more about them unequivocally. I'm not saying I know everything about them, but I just wanted to clear that up really quickly is that like, yes, they don't support Sharia law. I still don't like them. They intermix Islam with their movements. And also they have not been in line with all of international law, which we can talk about specifically. But other than that, like if we set those aside, yeah, Ramona's point, I strongly agree with. And in those phrasings, does anyone disagree? I guess.
Yeah, I think we should, I think at this time,
please give me a chance to add something.
Also, guys, just warning, I have to go.
Mr. Spades wants to go, by the way.
I'm gonna go 15 to 20 minutes, so I just
Yeah, I'm done. Thank you. Like I actually hope you just read more about them. You don't have to support them, but there are things that you said that are, not false. But Mr. Spades, if you want to go, go ahead. I'm gonna have to drop, so thank you guys.
I was gonna go, but Marwa is in Gaza, and I know her internet is limited, so she's able to pop in and pop out. So if she wants to just say something briefly before she drops, I'm okay with that.
Thank you so much. Firstly, I want to thank you for accepting my request and sharing your discussion. Let me firstly introduce myself. I am Marwa from north of Gaza. So I try to tell you something about your discussion. You should focus on something is more important than political situation or military situation in Gaza. You must or you should focus in the humanity situation in Gaza. Because we are, as a human being in Gaza, we are suffering a lot in Gaza, and I think there is something you don't mention in your discussion, but this is the most important thing to talk about human and what is suffering in Gaza. So here people in Gaza live under war, under occupation, under siege, under very, very bad condition and very hard condition. So they live in this bad life for many, many years and for ages. So the most important thing we want to focus in is the humanity situation, because all of us are human, all of us have a human right. So this is most important thing to talk, not to talk about political situation or a military situation, because we don't have anything to change about this thing. To change something in political or military situation, but we can change something is connected with the humanity situation. So people here in Gaza live under starvation, live in under displacement, and live under a very hard condition. No clean water, no food, no medicine. So this very simple thing, and we can't get in Gaza. So you try to put yourself in a state of us and try to put yourself how much we are suffering. So no word can describe what we're literally suffering in Gaza. Really very hard life. So as much as I can tell you, there is no word can describe what we literally live in Gaza, and you can't imagine what we are suffering. So only one who can know what we are suffering who live in Gaza. So if I want to tell you some of our problem in Gaza, firstly, I will tell you that we are displaced from our homes. And you can imagine how our life will be after displacement. No home. We stand alone in the street. We try to find something to live in. We try to build a tent. So our tent is like a plastic, not to protect us from anything. And we live with animals. We live in a place like a desert. So it's not suitable for human life. So after this war, we have a very beautiful home. We have a very good life. And in 1 second, everything is changed. And you speak about political situation. No, forget this. Forget political situation. Try to talk about a human. We here live very miserable life. So nearly 90% of our homes are destructed, and 90% of our people in Gaza here are displaced from their homes, from North Gaza, from South Gaza, and now we are sitting in the middle of Gaza. And you can imagine how the middle of Gaza are very crowded, really very crowded, because nearly 2 million are set in a very small area, with not enough water, not enough place, not enough medicine, not enough food, and everything is expensive, and we try to be survive. So we are fighting to be survive. We are fighting, and day after day we are escaping from dying. Firstly, the Israel occupation, the blue and white, asked us to displace from north of Gaza to middle of Gaza, and we do that, and we did that, and we go to middle of Gaza, and they bombed us in a school, they bombed us in hospital, they bombed us in a tent. Also in the tent in Rafah, we are bombed. So we don't know where should we go. We should where we should go. If we in the tent we are bombed, we are targeting in the tent. So we don't have any place to be safe. No safe in Gaza. No safe in Gaza. No good life in Gaza. Everything here is hard. Everything is bad. Everything is very simple, but in Gaza very hard. So you can imagine, if I want to get food, it's our dream to get food. We are so lucky if we eat one meal in one day. If we are so lucky if we have a good water to drink. So this is our dream in Gaza. You can imagine, this is our dream. This is our main target in our life, to get food and to get water. So they mean to make us to focus in water and food and forget our land, forget our homes, and forget our places. We every time we try to focus on food and water, and they want us to focus in this thing. Exactly, they want us dead. And I will tell you something, after this war, all the world will thank Israel occupation not killing more Palestinians. So thank you, Israel occupation, because you stopped this war and not killing more Palestinian. And all the world will forget the 80,000 of people which are killed in Palestine and in Gaza. They forget everything in Gaza after this war. So our Palestinian issue is not connected in the war. We should talk about Palestinian issue in every time, in everywhere, in every minute. Because this is not the war and the occupation is not targeting just Gaza. They want to target all Arab country. They want to occupy all of Arab country. So this is really what they want, and step by step they do that. If nothing is changed, they will take many land in Arab country. So as much as I can tell you, I will focus in the very important thing about a human situation. So after all, I want to focus again of human civilian mother, fathers, and the children, babies. So this is I want to focus on, because this is the mainly victim in Gaza. They don't have any guilty to suffer like that and to have this bad life. So after all, we are civilian, we are human, and we have a human right. So we want to be safe, we want to be free, we want to have a good life, we want to have a future. Now in Gaza we have unknown future. After this war, I don't know what should I do. I finished my education learning. I graduated from university, but I don't know what I should do after this war. No work, no schools, no university, no education, nothing. So I will start again from zero. So we have unknown future. Everything will disappeared in 1 second. So many things we lost in this war, and many things day after day the matter become more complex, and matter is become more harder there. So we try to focus in human. Please focus in human. Please focus in civilian in Gaza. They really victim. They don't have any guilty to suffer like that and have very bad life like that. I think if I want to talk about myself, I am in 24 years old and I lost all of my dreams. I lost all of my dreams. So if I want to be like love, and everything is disappeared in 1 second. So I have only my certification, and I don't know what I should do with my certification afterward, because everything is destructed in Gaza. So thank you for your listening. So I want to share this thing. So please focus in our human in Gaza, humanity life, focus in people and children who lost their childhood and lost their education and lost everything. So try to put yourself in a state of us. We are human. Wallahi, we are human, no more and no less. We need a good life. We need to live in peace, have a good, healthy life. No more and no less. This is our target in our life. They don't need to fight and to be in war and to lose what we lost. So this, how much I can tell you, there is really no word can describe what we literally suffer in Gaza. But Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen, we're still strong. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen, we're still in our land, and this is the most important thing. And inshallah, everything will be okay. And inshallah, if we rebuild everything again, and we have inshallah a good life again, inshallah Rabbil Alameen.
Thank you very much,
Will,
Mr.
Will, you still around?
Yeah, I'm here for like 5 more minutes. Oh.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for your supporting. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
I know you said you have to head out briefly, so I'll try to be quick and then give Rebel and Mustafa an opportunity to go. So first, I fundamentally disagree on your position, and this is before anything. I'm somebody who follows you from a different account. This is a backup. I've been watching you for a long time. I know you are very educated. I know you're very outspoken. I know you're a very good debater. I think your position on H group as a whole, by this point, can use some refinement. I can understand your position being what it is today, months ago, but enough information and data has come out to reassess the position and maybe look at it from a different lens to understand what's actually happened and to figure out what's going on. The other side of it, I do agree, no organization, religious, secular, political, is above critique. But there is a time and a place. And in the midst of an active G-side, when the most disgusting atrocities are being perpetuated against a huge amount of people, that's not the point to sit down and assess policies and principles and values and what they expect to do after liberation, assuming we get to that position. So it's insensitive to try to take that approach. in the situation. Apart from that, there's 330 something people in this room. Here's the reality. If every single person here right now decided that they don't support H group, they don't support the Palestinians, they want the fall of the state, and that's the end of that, it means nothing. The resistance will continue to resist because they are there, and resistance is a reaction to an applied force. The Israelis impose their will, we respond and react. This is why there are so many resistance groups. This is why this has been happening not just since the establishment of the state, but prior to it. And even if everybody in the world decided outside of Palestine that they no longer want to support the cause, it means nothing. It doesn't matter because the people on the ground have no alternate option. It's either resist or die. Very simple. And even internally, I understand that there are many different perspectives. There are people that are advocating on behalf of the Palestinians from the American side, from the political side, from being Jewish observant and from a moral perspective for them, and then from the Palestinians. But at the same time, there are also people within our community that have completely differing opinions. There are Muslim, Arab, Zionists that are staunchly pro-Israel. There are Palestinians, and I know some people in here aren't going to like this, but the reality is the reality. There are, in fact, Palestinians out there who believe Israel should take it all. There are Palestinians who do believe in a two-state solution, which we all know, for any of you who really understand the conflict, know it's literally impossible and would never succeed in any scenario. So there are people from within our community, from around our community, that do have these differing views. And I think it's a mistake for any of us to spend the effort and energy insisting on trying to change the mind of a singular person. Will is a grown man. He's free to think and address it as he sees fit. We might not agree with it. I'm not going to sit here. No one's going to tell me how I can speak about my resistance and about my country and my future. And I would impose the same towards anyone else. You are all free to have your opinions. What we can do as Palestinians or pro-Palestinians that are of knowledge is present a case as best we can to try to reassess the situation and build a bigger bridge, a stronger bridge, realigning the position so that we're all advocating in a similar direction. We might not all take the same road, but if the objective is the same, I don't care. I'll take any advocate, anybody supporting, if the ultimate goal is liberation for Palestine and to end the cycle. There is no more time for this. I'm not trying to dispute or debate. The reason we have been put on the back burner is because our story has been silent and swept under the rug. And the reason it's gone as far as it has today is because of the amount of advocacy outside of the Palestinian community that has spoken up on behalf of us. And so long as that is continuous, it keeps Palestine in the forefront of the news, of the exchange, on social media, and of everybody's mind. And that is the only way that this war, this G-side will end, and this final war that's been dragged out for 100 years will end and result in the liberation of the people and a redesign of what has happened in the region, even with diplomatic pressure from outside. But again, my point, if everyone in here went against them, it doesn't mean anything. Unless you're in Palestine, unless you're in Gaza, unless you're taking fire yourself, how you feel about it doesn't matter. And this is for the Palestinians, the pro-Palestinians, the advocates, the Israelis, the Zionists. Everybody can have their 2 cents, no problem. But the fact is we will resist because there is no alternative. There is no peace. There is no negotiation. There is no protesting in Palestine while you're being bombarded. That doesn't work. That's not realistic. And for anyone to suggest how we should resist in the midst of an oppression is someone speaking from a position that cannot really subjectively understand what's happening from the people being oppressed. It's easy to say, oh, well, they should do this and this is how they should do it. But you can't dictate the force applied to them. So you could also not dictate their response to such force. And again, all due respect, I appreciate you. I think you're brilliant. I love the fact that the Israelis absolutely hate everything about you. That is something I treasure in you as a gem. I think you're great.
They are
but he's a great debater. I think he's a great voice for us. If we can have more in-depth conversations, preferably in a private spacing where others who have more true insight into H group and the resistance and the history beyond just what's been pushed out as narratives. Because I understand, Will, you've done some reassessment yourself and your position has changed, but there are still clearly things that you've held on to from before that are time to now sort of, like I said, look at the situation again and think, okay, maybe this is still something I'm holding on to from what I learned or what I heard or what I was taught or, indoctrinated, let's say, years ago. And now it's been enough time and there's been enough evidence to distribute that could go against some of those narratives that you're still standing on. And I appreciate you for sitting on the panel this long and kind of taking the beating that you have. I was trying to come up from earlier. I really wanted to neutralize this and cool it down beforehand. You're a great voice. I appreciate you. I hope you take some time and consider all the points that have been presented to you. And I could see my time to Rebel, or actually to Will first, and then I guess
yeah.
Rebel.
Let me just respond because I do have to leave kind of now. But I appreciate it. I also just want to recognize I do have a big voice in here, and I take that very seriously. And all the love is appreciated, but not necessary. Love and support all of you as well. It's great that we have mutual respect, but I don't expect or want any privileges or undue feel there. I last time I had this discussion, I ended it this way as well. When I say something wrong, I want and beg you to correct me, and I want people to critique me, and I want people to debate me on it. I want people to come to me and feel extremely comfortable, feel entitled to correct me. You are entitled to correct me because I have a huge platform and use it in a certain way. Please do that. As to the points that's the first point, is all the love appreciated. I don't deserve anything because I attack Zionists. I attack Zionists because I fucking hate them, right? And I think they're doing horrible things. That's why I do it. I don't do it because I expect privileges or whatever. As to the substantive points, time and place. My context for being on this app is I debate policy and I debate politics. That's what I talk about, right? My platform is debating politics. I have no power. I have no platform. I have no influence. I have no discussions if I'm not talking about policy and platform and concepts and those things. So I get, maybe this is time for a different discussion, whatever. I don't know if you're saying, look, this is not the time to be talking about policy. I don't know what I can talk about. Because I'm talking, my shtick is I talk to Westerners about policy regarding ways the West is fucking up the world, right? That's the thing. And so it's relevant. Everything going on, every material fact in Gaza is relevant to those policies. And if I can't talk about policies, I don't know what to talk about. As to the final thing, my position on H group has become more educated. True. But an actual Gazan didn't just tell me. They told me to tell their stories. I'm not a journalist. That's not, I can't tell their stories responsibly. I don't have the skills journalistically to just to responsibly be a journalist on this. I can talk from my perspective and my view about the policies I support and why I do, right? I don't feel comfortable speaking as a Palestinian or reporting on Palestinians, just to make my position clear. And then finally, as to my position on H group, I don't think I will ever support a violent resistance movement that is religious. As a paradigm, I won't support it. I can support a lot of their actions that they do. I can support them as a resistance group, right? I can support them in blank and blank. I will always condemn them in their capacity as a religious group, which religion is directly intertwined with the H group. I mean, it's 20, 30 times in their charter. It is what they contextualize their goals, means, and aims as. That's going to be the stopgap there.
I'm sorry to cut you, but just really quickly. So if it was a completely secular movement and everything happened in the exact same capacity, your position changes?
We could have a really long conversation going through all of their actions.
Fundamentally,
I think the thing is it would be a different discussion. Yeah, it would be a different discussion.
Okay, so that being said, then that means it's an internal issue you have specifically with the fact that the majority of H group is religious or believes in a set faith.
No, it's not that they are Muslim. It's that the group is ideologically a Muslim or a Islam group. Just as I have issues with a Christian group or an ideologically Jewish group. If they are a political group that is also a religious group and intertwine those two things, I have an issue with that. But it's not that they are made up of Muslims.
But
it's that they've intertwined politics and Islam.
But it's not.
I mean, read their charter. I mean, they do. They say that this is. They do.
Yes, like they
so
do
that's
have
my critique of them.
values. But
You can have,
I know you.
We
Sorry.
can have this discussion later. Actually, I think we've addressed this thing. I pointed you to where in the charter is concerning for me. They say that their aims, means, and goals are directed and in reference to Islam.
Can we have like a
Will, I know that you have to go, but like I would like from you to come back actually, and we can continue with this conversation. But
I'm happy to have the discussion. Yeah, I've got to go. I'm still going to listen, so if people want to respond to me, feel free. But I have to run.
I could set up a
I
phone
would like to hear from Rebel real quick because he's been waiting for a long time. Please, guys.
Yeah, love you all. I'm going to run. Thank you so much for the people
Love you too,
who were
Will. Thank you
respectful,
for
and
being here.
appreciate the people who corrected me. Bye.
Thank you for being here.
So
Hey,
like,
guys.
this is like a misconception that it's like, I don't know, a lot of people think that each group is like an Islamist group, which it's not. Each group is a nationalist group that have values from Islam, which is like not a bad thing. When they say that their goal is in line with is in line with Islam, like there is nothing wrong with that. So like this is very important. And like religion is a unifying is like something that unify people in some cases. And like what's interesting with each group is that you have the Christian Palestinians in Gaza. They are supporting each group. We have Christian Palestinian voices from Gaza and from the West Bank, from Palestine, on TikTok, on the app. They're speaking up for each group all the time. So like each group is not a radical or an extremist group. It's secular, it's nationalist, but it has its values from Islam. So like if those same values were carried by the PFLP, would you be okay with it? Or
So
carried by
if they go,
a group that doesn't call itself Islamic, right?
engineer, but if they go by Islamic values, does that mean that it's a wrong thing?
No, it's not. That's the whole point. Like they have values from Islam. It's not that they are like a radical Muslim group. They're not. They're not radicals. They're not extremists.
So who lost some here?
In 2015, ISIS called each group infidels, and they waged war against them, and they attacked them and unalived them. And each group cracked down on ISIS and kicked them out of Gaza, right? So like this is what happened. Each group is not an Islamist group. Each group is a nationalist group which have values that come from Islam, which is good. Like that's why they are against the unalivement of children. That's why they are against unaliving elderly. That's why like Islam at the end of the day is a set of morals, and it's a moral code. And I believe it's the perfect moral code. And if it was oppressive to other, like that's what scares people about when you talk about religious states and you don't want religion to be tangled with like politics. It's about like some of these religious ideologies would be oppressive to other groups that are not of that religion. But that's not the case. That's actually not the case. Because like you see Palestinian Christians, they are absolutely pro-Hamas and pro-Islamic jihad. Because like it's not oppressive towards them. It's not oppressive towards anyone. It's actually a set of really good morals. Those are good values. It's not a bad value. And like that's what they say in their charter. They don't say we want to apply Sharia. They say like, yes, those are our values, which are in line with Islam, and that's our goal, which is in line with Islam. And like I don't see anything wrong with that.
I mean, okay, so yeah, I'm on cellular now. I can talk for a second, but like no, they describe themselves as an Islamic revolutionary group, right? Or like resistance group. Like I read off the sentence of them describing themselves. They're not just saying we happen to be in line with Islamic values, right? They are saying that they are an Islamic group, right? And their means, goals, and like whatever the other one, mechanisms are oriented towards and in reference to Islam. Okay, guys, and I like in the context of this, for y'all saying, why is that a bad thing? Because I don't think religion should be orienting politics. I don't think resistance groups, I don't think political organizations, I don't think international players should be engaged in politics. I don't think if you were going to run a party in even a democratic state, right, it should be religiously oriented. I believe in secular politics.
Wait, but how much of the civil rights movement was based around individuals with like religious ideologies? Like, this doesn't make any sense. Just because individuals adhere to Islam and they use this as their principles or code of conduct where they find their morality from, if they're pushing for a humanitarian cause and they're causing for change in benefit of a humanitarian means, what is the flaw with this? It makes no sense. It seems as though the one thing that, because I'm sure that you wouldn't sit here and say that the civil rights movements, even though there was a deep connection between individuals that were aligned with specific religions, right, that it wouldn't make any point to say that, oh, they were wrong because of this, or that you would condemn like MLK, right? MLK was literally a reverend. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, I'm sure if you have like maybe disagreements over the fact of like how some people say that like he was too peaceful, that they believe that there's like more of a means to gravitate towards like Malcolm X, right? But either way, individuals that are part of these movements were intertwined with religion, right? I just think that it's an unnecessary standard that you're putting on Palestinian resistance groups if they're entailed or aligned with any kind of religious views or values. When, again, as Engineer pointed out, when they say that they hold these values of Islam and that these are their guiding principles, this is what prevents them from openly, harming women, harming children, things like that. But the PFLP, right, as an anti-theist group, they don't have these barriers. They don't have these means, right? So it doesn't make any sense as to how you're going to say that the religion is the demonizing aspect if the whole point that they're saying is about a humanitarian cause.
It does a few things. Sorry, I actually correct myself. They describe themselves as a Islamic nationalist resistance movement, which is really the issue here. So first of all, the comparable thing in America would be Christian nationalists. Okay, and I condemn literally every Christian nationalist because it is merging religion, right, and the foundation and constitution of a nation. There is a fundamental issue. No. We are not interrupting each other. No, we're not.
There's a difference.
Don't interrupt me.
There's a difference.
But that doesn't matter as to the point of view.
Wait, let's let each other finish.
Yeah.
It's just
okay. So, like, I don't know if we can have this discussion on secularism as like a thing, as a concept. It's a little bit separate from like the actual discussion we're having, which is like regarding oppressed people. But like, yeah, I don't like when political organizations are not secular. No one in their right mind is suggesting that the H group is a secular organization, and they themselves describe themselves as an Islamic nationalist movement, which would be similar to a Christian nationalist movement, except for the fact that they are the oppressed people. So, like, yeah, I don't like religious nationalism as a concept.
Okay,
we can debate religious nationalism, but I don't see the debate.
That's not what I'm trying to do, right? It's a disanalogous comparison to compare Christian nationalists to groups such as like Hamas, right? This is a disanalogous comparison. H group has never once said that they want to turn Palestine into a khalifa, right? Into a caliphate. It's not true, right? They've never once said that this is the case of what they're trying to do. In fact, as Ramona, right, somebody who literally was raised in Gaza, pointed out to you, they literally have stated that they're fighting for Marwan Barghouti to be released because they realize that he will unify the Palestinian people, even though they recognize that he would be democratically elected and that he's not necessarily in line with the same ideologies or beliefs. So it's a complete disanalogous comparison. Christian nationalists in America are trying to form a Christian nationalist country. They're trying to form a nation based on Christian values and enforce it upon all people. That's a completely disanalogous aspect when they've been in power for 17 years and not 1 ounce of Sharia has ever touched Gaza.
So religious nationalism and Sharia law in the context of Islam is not the same thing. It is directly analogous because Islamic nationalism has the same meaning as Christian nationalism in the context of Islam and Christianity, right? When we talk about Christian nationalists are trying to implement, they describe Christian values into other places. Not all Christian nationalists say Jews shouldn't be allowed to exist in America. Not all Christian nationalists say that Muslims shouldn't be allowed to exist in America, right? What they're saying is that my policies and America's policies as a constitutive nation should be oriented towards, guided by, and done through a Christian lens, which is precisely what H Group says in its charter, right? They say that, number one, that they are an Islamic nationalist group. I don't know what you mean, what you think they mean by Islamic nationalism, right? I don't get what you're trying to distinguish between there. What do you think they mean by Islamic nationalism? And number two, they are explicitly saying that they're trying to do exactly what Christian nationalists say, which is orient their policies, means, and ends in terms of Islam.
Okay,
so yeah, I guess my direct question is, what is Islamic nationalism? What are you interpreting that as?
Wait, so hold on. Wait, you made a claim, right? You said it's their policy, means, and ends. Okay, cool. Show a policy that they've put in place that's specifically like around Islam or putting Islam over the people. It's not true. This is what I'm saying.
It's in their charter. I said that it was in their charter.
But they've been in power for 17 years, Will. Give me one example of
I'm telling you, the evidence is they said it.
Wait, do words matter more than actions, or do actions matter more than words?
I'm talking about my issues with them ideologically. So the words and actions matter, right? And also this is confused. I'm talking about the ideology. How they describe their own ideology is going to be one of the best ways to actually articulate their goals, whatever. So yeah, no, I have issue even if they just said it.
So wait, so you're saying that just because, and again, it's a translation of the charter. It's not the original charter. There's mistranslations that occur between Arabic and English. It's a very much more difficult language to be able to convey. When translating to English, words can mean the same thing. But anyways, this is what I would also assume it's the one in which that you found on the Jewish Virtual Library. It's publicly available.
I'm so sorry. Will, 1 second. Can somebody drop me and bring up Ronnie, please? For his Christian perspective, if you guys don't mind.
Yeah.
Salam, everybody. Appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Also, just to be extremely clear, this is from Middle East Eye, so I actually do trust it pretty strongly. Once again, if you think it's a mistranslation, tell me what you think the proper understanding of the term Christian or Islamic nationalism is related to. What do you think they mean by that?
Yeah, well, I think that when you have a populace of people that's been held under belligerent occupation, a nationalist ideal where they've been completely, disenfranchised from any recognition on any kind of international stage, or let alone the people existing themselves, right? I think having a nationalist ideal tends to be just the view that they want there to be able to be their own idea of a sovereign entity with the identity
Islamic
of being Palestinian. And then I'm explaining to you, right? I thought we weren't doing that cutting off thing. When it's Islamic, right, this would just be the view in which that individuals would not be enforced an ideology upon them because there's no compulsion found within Islam, and that individuals would be able to act in accordance with what their beliefs are within the respective region, which is also a core tenet of Islam, right? So this is exactly as I see it. I don't understand how you see it any different. If you understand what Islam is, then you would understand we're literally taught in Surah 109, you have your belief, I have my belief, you worship what you worship, I worship what I worship, and this is the way. And there isn't to be no compulsion within Islam. So when they say that they're a nationalist group, an Islamic nationalist group, I don't see it in the same purview or lens that you view as Christian nationalism. The tenets are completely different.
So once again, no. Okay, you're confusing. Guys, I'm a law student. My context is law. I'm just going to use legal concepts to describe this. We have both a freedom of speech, right, and a freedom of exercise clause in our Constitution, and we also have a freedom of establishment or prohibition from a state-established religion. And this, sure, you're saying, yeah, they wouldn't stop people from exercising other religions. But there is still an issue with them officially endorsing another religion as a political entity and orienting their political goals, aspirations, and means in context of that religion. That would be worrisome for me when American politicians do this. It's worrisome for me when Christian nationalists do it. And you still haven't answered. Like, you just said Islamic nationalism means, oh, they're going to have religious freedom. Sure, that could be one value that they draw from Islamic nationalism, but that's not describing to me what Islamic nationalism is. You're describing to me what the consequence of it is, right? But what they mean when they say Islamic nationalism is a nation that, as a part of its constitution, has either the religious belief of Islam or has the values that are associated with Islam, right, in their relation to Islam, either of which are extraordinarily problematic.
No, but that's like they are talking about their own values. Their values are from Islam. That's what they're talking about.
And that is bad.
Why is that bad? So, like, if they have the same values, but they don't say those values are from Islam, would that be okay?
Not that they don't say it. If it wasn't true, that would be better, yes. If it was true that it did not come from Islam, yes, that would be better. Just as it would be true as if our values... What?
This is like a set of values, right? So, like, those set of values, if they told you we have these values, and they didn't say it was from Islam, would that be fine with you?
Well, it would depend what the reality was. It's not what they say, it's what it is. So if those values, in fact, did just come from Islam, there'd be no difference. So no, it's not what they say, to answer the actual question that would have to be asked.
But like anyone who's like trying to be a political party or set politics, they will give you a set of values and goals and all that. So in the case of Hamas, they didn't say like, we want to create an Islamic state or whatever. They are telling you our values.
Islamic nation.
Instead of
they said an Islamic nation, so not a state per se, but Islamic nation. Also, what's wrong with Islam is that it's a religion. My issue is with all religious political movements, y'all.
So you're basically...
It's not a difficult concept.
Okay, wait. I started very hot with you, and I've been like sitting here for an hour trying to breathe. So you basically reiterated everything that I was yelling in the beginning. That you are sitting in a very privileged position, and you have the privilege to pick and choose where you sleep and where are you going to set up your tent to go camping while people are setting up their tent to have some privacy. That's where your stands, all right? Engineer is Palestinian, Ramona is Palestinian, Mr. Spady is Palestinian, Manola is Palestinian, Vladi is Palestinian. So they gave you a lot of grace. So I'm going to try to do so. I'm going to really try to do so. How about you realize that Mr. Spady told you that if you haven't experienced the oppression, you don't have the right to judge their reaction because you haven't experienced the action itself. How about you hear what Ramona, the girl that grew up in Gaza, told you, that we don't live based on religion law. Like you're saying, you just said earlier to Mr. Spady as well, that if they were a group that didn't have Islamic in the name, then the conversation is very different. You really admitted that your problem, and you just really said it now, like you really admitted that your problem is the word Islam and the idea of religion. So I'm not going to say you're an Islamophobe. I'm just going to say you are an atheist extremist because you're pushing super extreme. Wait. I've been literally sitting here for an hour. I didn't cut anyone. No one cuts me, please. All right. When I'm done, you will have all the time to answer. I'm just going to say that you are also a part of extremists because you've been debating, all right, a reaction of an oppression that you haven't experienced for more than an hour, and you literally didn't hear anything that 4 Palestinians told you about their reality, but instead you admitted to Ramona that you don't know enough and you should do more reading. And then Mr. Spady told you, do not judge a reaction of oppression if you haven't experienced the oppression itself. And you said you're going and you came back to debate Islam again. Like, if this group is an atheist group, or if this group is a Muslim group, if they do 1, 2, 3, that doesn't change anything, but they did 1, 2, 3 in my eyes. But in your eyes, it's a bigger problem because they have a religious ideology backing their actions. I literally, I'm respecting the grace that the Palestinian gave you because I'm not Palestinian. But I am literally gonna call you Will the Islamophobe from now on. Because, like, yikes. Literally. Now you have the time to respond. I'm gonna mute.
Great. So you opened up with the same old bullshit. Like, it's nonsense, right? You cited Ramona saying something she explicitly called you on stop doing. Like, I don't love talking about panelists when they're gone, but Ramona corrected you on this. Yes, we should be able to critique the H group. Like, this is what she
absolutely.
Right? She
I don't disagree.
Okay, yeah, great. So don't be like, well, you know, we're back to the exact same issue of you not, you know, of you critiquing people when they're down. We've kind of already covered that, right? Don't cite Ramona if you don't agree with her on that. We can have the discussion again. Let's have the discussion we're having right now, Rebel, right? Which is whether it is fair to levy critiques on people because they're doing things for religious reasons. I believe that. And
No. Wait.
I am a secular. Oh my God, are we going to throw a shot at, like, every time? Okay. I am a secular extremist. You're correct. Like, that is a correct view of what I'm saying, which is, yes, I'm a secular extremist. I, to the highest conceivable degree, believe in separation of church and state. I do not believe that a state or a political movement that wields state power or vies to wield state power should align itself with a religious movement, say it is inspired by a religious movement, orient its means, actions, or goals towards a religious movement. Yeah, I don't think that should be done. We can talk about the validity of secularism in states. I think I have a pretty good ideological argument for that in a general case, right? If that's the discussion we're having. But if we're not, let's not regress in this conversation and go back to the same old shit that you conceded on. So,
Okay. To be correct, I didn't say you cannot criticize. That's the thing. Now, when I started talking, I didn't say you can't criticize. I told you you can criticize 1, 2, 3 all day long. My problem is once we start to have a double standard about 1, 2, 3, because you have a background that you disagree on. All right. If I, as a agnostic, all right, went and did vandalism, we're going to discuss it in ABC. But if I was a Muslim believer and went and did vandalism, we're going to discuss it in ZXY. That is my problem. All right. You admitting right now that you are an extremist in your viewpoints shuts down any possibility to have a conversation. All right. I don't care what type of extremist you are. Once you label yourself that, your biases just went over the roof. So the possibility of an agreement or a middle ground is not going anywhere. And the fact that you're typing while I'm talking shows you're not 100% focusing with me. Okay?
I hear you, love. I am an extremist. I'm an extreme humanist. I'm an extreme rationalist. I'm an extreme materialist. I'm an extreme Marxist. I'm an extreme secularist. Right? Like, extremism just means you hold a view that is well outside of the societally acceptable window. I do, right? I'm very, very proud to do that. And also, I did not say it, and that if a Muslim believer does something and an atheist believer does something, I'm going to judge them differently.
You literally said that to Mr. Do you literally said that to a Will? You literally said that to a panelist, all right? You literally said that to a panelist when he told you if they have an atheist background, if they are non-believers, and they did this action, you said we'll have a different conversation.
Rebel, you don't get to. No. What I said was, if they are doing something and they are saying they are doing it because of their religion, right? Because of their religion, that is very different. So if a Muslim believer did something and said, hey, I did this because of Islam, right? That is different than an atheist doing something and saying, hey guys, I did this just because I did it. Right, those are two different things, and this is like well regulated in crime, right? Like this is what I'm saying.
I just don't think we're having that conversation right now. But yeah, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but I've been waiting.
Then don't interrupt. Then don't interrupt. If you don't mean to interrupt, don't interrupt. We've been insanely good about this on this live. Okay, 1 second. So also, as to the point, I'm currently defending, condemning them, and critiquing them. I'm not defending calling them a theist. We can have that discussion later about the specific use of the word theist. I think that's a weaker argument. We can have that discussion just for you, Kobe, in the comments. But as to Rebel, no, don't lie and interrupt me. That's not true. I did not say that I would treat someone simply because of their religious identity different. I would treat someone's actions, right, and their group as like a political field differently, because of them saying that they are being political or them pushing certain policies or them acting politically in certain ways because of their religious goals, right? So it's motive, it's reason, it's not just identity. And I also do think just Christian nationalists bad, Islamic nationalists bad, regardless of actions. So I would judge someone who says, hey, I'm an Islamic nationalist, I'm a Christian nationalist, I'm a Jewish nationalist. I think that is bad. Just to make my position very clear. Yeah.
So,
to
actually,
tell you something.
One second, Rebel, please. You misquoted Ramona. She didn't say you should condemn them. She said they are open to criticism and investigation, and the criticism is not equal to condemnation. Just to make that clear, we can criticize things without condemning the people who do that. But with that being said, you're from the US, and Christian nationalism is very negative in the US. And that's not the case with H group. H group cannot be compared to Christian nationalism. So when they say they are the Islamic resistance movement, that's literally their name. That's what Hamas stands for in Arabic. Harakat Muqawama Islamiyya, Islamic resistance movement. That's their name. And it's a Palestinian Islamic national liberation and resistance movement. So they are just saying that as a resistance movement, their values are from Islam. So they're just telling you what are their values. That's all they're saying. They're not saying they want to create an Islamic state or impose Islam on people. I don't know where Ronnie went, because he's a Palestinian Christian. He could have told you what he thinks about it as a Palestinian Christian. Or we have Palestinian atheists, but is there a Palestinian Christian in the comment who want to come up? Or a Palestinian atheist? I don't know. But I understand that religious nationalism in the context of the US, if you would reflect, what's the word I'm looking for? Reflect that on us, it would look bad, but that's not us. That's not us. That's not what we do. This is a Western thing. This is not what we do here in Palestine.
Do you have anything to share, Will?
Yeah, I'm not pointing to Christian nationalism in America because I think it is particularly bad, but that's not why I'm saying it. What I'm saying is it's a good example of the reason I don't support any religious nationalism. I don't think my analysis applies just to Western nations. We can have a discussion about the value of secularism, right? I think secularism is an extraordinary high value, right? But are any of you actually are you okay? Sorry, who's let's just make my views very clear. I'm not saying they want to ban other religions, right? I'm not saying that the religious oppression or religious insertion into the state would necessarily be anti-democratic, right? I just believe that they are two separate fields of existence, and they should be kept extraordinarily separate, right? That's a very clear secular value that I hold, not just in reaction to white Christian nationalism, which is extremely dangerous in America, right? But I view it as universally extremely dangerous across the world. And I haven't heard y'all seem to be suggesting that they are a secular movement, or suggesting that they are not Islamic nationalists. If y'all are denying that, please make that clear. Otherwise, please actually give me an argument as to why you think a religious movement is an acceptable thing within like a democracy, within like a modern state democracy, with a modern liberal democracy even. Why would we support this?
بلادي حبيبي وان سكند، لحظة انجينير، قاعد ينزلني قبل ما شخ علي يا زلمة، راح يطلعني من التياب، ينزلني قبل ما بلش بعشيرته.
تمام.
شو لك الخراولة؟ ناقصني وايد بريفليج.
Can I hear from engineer? Would you like to go, or should we hear from Fobo?
No, I want to say something really quick, but like I'm happy Notorious came up because he's Christian. So I'm gonna be very quick. I forgot what I was gonna say. So
sorry.
Yes. So like they say that their values. So like as a secular person, if someone is not imposing anything on you, they are running democratically on elections, and they are telling you that's where our values from. So like, isn't that like the secular thing to do? Is to allow to have like the chance to run democratically, and if they win, they won the votes, right? So if that happens, and they didn't take away from like the rights of other people, and they are saying that they were clear with their values, and you have the non-Muslims on their side as well. So like, what's the problem? Like no Muslim or non-Christian in the US would align themselves with the Christian nationalists because of how toxic they are, because of like their extreme, and like I know some things about them. I know how extreme they are. That's not the case with each group. And like, it is like okay, so like you can say that because of that, because you're a secular person, you disagree with them, but like condemning them for doing it the right way, the democratic way, like how is it different from people wanting conservative values or liberal values or whatever values, libertarian values, Green Party values? How is that any different? It's literally the same thing. We have those set of values, and we're going democratically, and we're not gonna infringe on any other people's rights, and we want this. That's what we want, democratically.
Engineer, Will.
Okay, sorry.
You just issued a double standard when Engineer asked you a question a second ago, where he was saying that if the same laws and everything applied, but without it being an Islamic, let's say it was a secular organization, when you were referring to H group, you said, well, the charter says it in these statements, so it doesn't matter what their actions have been for the last 17 years. But then when he highlighted that if it was a secular organization doing the same thing, you said, well, their actions matter more, and it wouldn't matter what they say. So I'm seeing a double standard now in your story, and that's kind of concerning for me. But anyways, sorry, Engineer, I didn't mean to cut you off, or Will, and I know Phobos will.
I'm happy to give a really quick response to both. Number one, it does matter in principle that a party is religious. I have issues with Republicans being religious. I have issues with Democrats call themselves religious. I have an issue when they say I'm supporting this policy because it's religious, right? Incorporating religion, justifying policy on the basis of religion, justifying the superstructure and the nation that you are building, right? Because they are a nation-building organization, that is their goal, on the basis of religion is problematic for a secular state. Even if it doesn't formally, right, excludes atheists, Christians, Jews, whatever, from the institutions, it necessarily otherizes them in a social sphere. We can talk about the widespread effects of incorporating religion into state across a series of different policies. Christian nationalists in America use the exact same arguments y'all are saying. It's not the exact same because Christian nationalists are in fact not oppressed, and the H group is in fact a set of oppressed people. But in terms of like rhetoric, what you're saying is they will say the same thing. Look, we're not trying to force, we still think Jews should be able to exist, but why would they be bothered if a cross is in the classroom? Yeah, we still think Muslims should be able to be there, but they just shouldn't get the accommodations to pray when they need to, right? Like, it is a complicated intersection of state and religion that when a religious party is saying, hey, look, this religious party is this specific religion, right? It causes it necessitates otherizing other parties when they're in power, other religions when they're in power. Like, those are the social impacts. We can talk about the political impacts if we want to. As to the second thing, no, that is not a double standard, right? What I said was that we're talking about motivations. When someone says hey guys, my motivation is to do this thing because I'm Muslim, right? That's important. An atheist can't never, ever, ever says, I'm doing this thing because I'm atheist. They say they're doing this thing for whatever reason they're doing this thing. Being atheist isn't like a justification for itself. And secularism is not like a justification for itself either, right? Like, I'm not saying, hi, I believe in this policy because of secularism, right? You're believing it because of whatever reason you want. And you also don't have a God to do it. It's to stop you. It's a negation. And so I believe in what a Muslim does something because they're Muslim. An atheist does something. That's just them doing it. I find it more problematic than the Muslims doing it because they're religion. H group, right, is stating their motivations and goals. The motivations in both cases is what I'm talking about. So, yeah, it's not double standard. In both cases, I'm looking.
See, Yani, this is the issue, guys, right? Is that low-key, this is a conversation that's supposed to be had, right? But the way we're doing it right now, it's almost dystopian, Will. That's what I think is going right over your head, right? Like, if millions of people weren't being affected or unalived right now, it'd be a different story. It's hard to try to have concern in the urgency for what's going on right now and think that it matters what their religion is.
Sorry, I didn't realize. Okay. Yeah, I agree. This is not the most pressing discussion, right? Unfortunately, you asked me why I critiqued it. We've gotten into why we critiqued it. If we all think this is a waste of time, which I kind of agree that it's a waste of time, we can all be like, oh, well, let's not talk about it. I critique Hamas for a series of reasons. I was asked if I condemn them. Yeah, I do condemn them. We all got really, really stroppy about it. We had a really long conversation. We decided to stop being stroppy about it. And now we're having the discussion about why to do it. I also agree. This is like 0.000000001% of any problem in the world. So yeah, you and I agree. This is like 10 million times less relevant than anything else. But this is a discussion that basically the point is it was meant to be an offhand comment.
Yeah, well, here's the thing, right? If you want to criticize H group, that's your opinion. But the minute you condemn them, you're literally allowing what's going on to keep happening. And I don't think you get that. I don't think that you understand that that's step uno. Wait, that's step uno in stopping the G-side. Is when you get asked, do you condemn Hamas? And how you reply to that, dude. I thought we all understood that.
Yeah. I mean, we can talk about the difference, semantically, between critiquing something and condemning something. That wasn't really the orientation I was thinking about this conversation in, because I think the distinction is I don't know, kind of moot. I don't think it tells me a whole lot to say, well, you're just critiquing them and you're not condemning them. Well, I condemn the things I'm critiquing them about. So I guess my response to that is I don't find a huge difference between those words. If y'all want to and tell me what the important distinction is, I can tell you how I feel about both of those things. But I think critiques are condemnations and condemnations are critiques. One's just stronger than the other.
If you give me just 1 second, we will continue with this conversation. But the person on the big screen, her name is Inas. She is currently in the north of Gaza. What she does is, by TikTok gifts, she's able to feed many families who are experiencing famine right now in Gaza. So if we may show support to her and to other people on the panel here from Gaza, I would appreciate that. Thank you, guys. Fobo, I'm sorry to interrupt you. You can continue with the conversation. Thank you, guys.
No problem, brother. Yo, Will, are you still there? You get there's a huge difference. Yeah, there's a huge difference between what, we're all assuming you're saying and saying that you condemn a certain part of the, H group's ideology or governance or things that they've done in the past. You understand that there's a huge difference, right?
I think it's lost in translation here. I think those words are kind of fuzzy, just I don't like this thing words. So I think delineating on between critique and condemn is kind of arguably a bigger waste of time.
So what I'm trying to boil it down to, right, is that for the last almost 300 days, right, this group has been trying to defend its people and itself from the people you condemn and you say you speak out against, right? And you're openly saying that you condemn the people who are defending themselves right now.
Once again, you're harping on, you and I agreed that we can critique once again, we seem to be like kind of falling between a very helpful conversation that we've already had about the context in which this is happening and the place at which critiques are useful, and then a extraordinarily useless conversation about the linguistic difference between condemning and critiquing. Are you saying that I can critique them but not condemn them, and that's the discussion you're having? Or are you saying, yeah, like you, like a lot of other people on here, which we've already kind of covered and like has kind of already been over, that I shouldn't critique them at all? Like, which discussion are you having? Just so
what I'm saying is, if you critique them and you're openly critiquing them, it opens room for discussion, and we could talk about it. I'm sure I could just leave and leave the rest of these panel members to talk to you about it, right? But yeah, condemnation is another thing, and we have to question whether you're coming in good faith or not.
Okay, so you are saying, yeah, you say critique, that's fine, but condemn is too far. Okay, I guess maybe this is helpful. What I mean by those words when I say them and hear them, I think condemn, to me in my mind, translates to really strongly critique.
Can I talk 1 minute?
Yeah.
Can I talk 1 minute? أعطي المجال. السلام عليكم.
وعليكم السلام. هلا ياسين تفضل. 1 second guys.
سمحنا المقاطعة أول شيء.
تفضل خي ياسين، أكيد إحنا معك.
الله يسعدك يا رب. أول حاجة أشكركم على يعني سماعكم إنا، وإحنا كمان زي ما نقول إن الأولوية لأهل غزة إنه ننضم معاكم ونقف معاكم زي ما أنتم بتقفوا معنا. لازم نحن نقف معاكم ونكون زي ما أنتم كمان ساندين، إن إحنا كمان معاكم ساندين. أول حاجة أشكر الدكتور بلادي وإنجينير وكل الموجودين في هذا البث. أنا ياسين من قلب غزة، من الشمال، وأنا أكتر شيء بندم عليه إنه طلعت من الشمال. أكتر شيء بندم عليه. وأنا الآن في دير البلح. أنا صاحب حملات أوزع، يعني أعمل إيش اللي بتمنوه لغزة، وإيش أكتر إشي اللي بتمنوه. يعني قبل 3 أيام تم توزيع يعني الدجاج. بعد 9 شهور وفرنا الدجاج للناس، والحمد لله وزعنا حوالي 70 عائلة، والحمد لله فضل الله ووزعنا. وبإذن الله تعالى يوم الأحد سيتم توزيع الفواكه بإذن الله تعالى من فضل الله، ثم أخوانكم، يعني أنتم بفضل الله، ثم أنتم يعني أهل الخير أهل الكرم. وأنا بشكر من كل واحد، أنا يعني أرجو من كل واحد مسلم عربي أن يقف مش معايا، يقف مع أهل غزة، أن يقف مع ابن بلده، أن يقف مع أخو. إحنا في غزة يعني نحتاج كل دعم، نحتاج كل دعاء، نحتاج كل مساندة لأهل غزة. الدعم لا يجي، يعني الدعم كله هذا ما باخدنا. الدعم يصل للمحتاجين، لأنه أنا اختصرت غزة باختصار. اليوم طفل بلا أب، امرأة بلا زوج، رجل كبير السن لا يملك المال للحصول على الطعام. أين أمة محمد؟
تمام، بس اعطيني دقيقة أخي ياسين، اعطيني بس دقيقة أترجم لأنه في ناس. So Yasin is from the heart of the north of Gaza. He was displaced. He is now currently in Deir al-Balah. And as you can see, if you go to his profile, you would see where all these gifts are going to. Not to his pocket, but it's going for the people around him. Like the same thing as Inas does, the same thing as Zakaria does. They don't come up here because they want gifts for themselves or for their families only, but also for the people around them. They help others, not only caring about themselves. So we do appreciate everyone who gifted. I love you guys. Like, I love this community. If we may, خي ياسين بتحب تزيد كمان إشي؟
لا، أنا بدي أعطي المجال للناس الثانية. خلاص بكفي، أنا أعطي المجال للناس الثانية. بس أنا حب أقدم الشكر لك والشكر للداعمين والشكر لكل واحد بسمع.
أكيد،
يعني إحنا عايشين بالواقع. وجزاكم الله الخير، وإن شاء الله يا رب الفرج قريب بإذن الله. تعال لأهل غزة، وطول ما أنتم معانا والداعمين والله معانا، إحنا بإذن الله تعالى منصورين وراسنا مرفوع، ولا عمرنا بندل لهدول الصهاينة بإذن الله تعالى. واطمن اطمن.
أكيد.
أنا بقول لك إياه وأنا من قلب غزة. وشكرا.
حبيبنا ياسين. He thanks everybody. So
لحظة guys, Yasin have a PayPal. If you want to like gift him a big gift, do it on PayPal.
Yes. أفضل شيء البايبال، ما حدا يدعمني دعم تيك توك، يوجد بايبال. أفضل
If you don't want to go to PayPal, it's fine, gift him here, but like a big gift, he would get more of it if it's on PayPal.
You'll get the most out of it, yes.
Yeah.
السلام عليكم.
وعليكم السلام. هلا زكريا.
معك أخ بلالي.
How are you?
أنا والله مبسوط أول حاجة بحضوركم، وأكثر انبساط هو دعم من أخت إيناس، إنه الله ما حدش بيعنا بحالتها إلا رب العالمين. ربنا يكون معهم. أنا من الجنوب وهي من الشمال. اللهم صل محمد. بدك تخلص الحوار مع الأخوان.
اكيد انت خليك موجود معنا، اذا بتحب تشاركنا بالحوار او بتحب.
بشارككم بس بعد ما اخلص الحوار، لانه عندي بعض دلائل جرائم الاحتلال زي المره اللي فاتت الماضيه.
ان شاء الله لكان بنخلص الحوار بالاول
وانا تمام، في شيء مشكله. انا بلادي انا عندي بايبان.
So Zakaria also has a PayPal and it will be more beneficial.
صندوق الوصف.
In his bio, yes. تمام حبيبي زكريا. Will, are you still here? Fobo. Adam, I know you haven't spoken, brother. You've been up here.
Mashi, I was waiting for them to finish Fobo and Will were done.
I think you can go ahead.
Yeah, you're good. Actually, you could drop me too, host. Thank you for bringing me up. Assalamu alaikum, guys.
بلادي الناس باليوزر نيم تبعهم بدهم مش يعني مش اوكي تمام.
في شيء أنا تقدر احكي يعني تعاد ولا؟
What do you think, engineer?
احكي يا notorious اللي بدك اياه.
يلا. Will, I'm Palestinian. I'm not a Muslim. I come from a Christian family. And I also stand 100% by armed resistance, be that from any of the factions that are in Gaza or in the West Bank. And yes, some of them are majority Muslim. There's also groups that were founded by Christians, like the PFLP. For example, his name was George Habash. The DFLP, which is completely, I mean, they're secular, but they were founded by Christians. And these groups also took part in the operation on the 7th of October. So I feel like you're getting stuck on the Muslim and Islamic thing. H group is but like just one of the groups, one of the resistance groups, and their military faction.
I was asked about Hamas.
Right. Me as a Palestinian diaspora, do you think I necessarily like care what the religion of my resistance fighters is, or what their like exact ideology is?
No, I'm not dictating that you should care.
Right. So when you say like you condemn them, you're not exactly like echoing Palestinians, if that makes sense. You can unmute. We can talk back and forth.
Yeah, I'm muted because just my fan is on. But like, I mean, there are Palestinians that do care. There are Palestinians that don't. A majority don't. A majority or a huge portion don't. Right. I'm being honest about what I believe and what I support. The arguments I run are the things that I run and believe. We've kind of already been over this. You would agree there are like, I don't know where are in this conversation now, I think there are valid critiques of the H group that people should and can levy. I think critiquing the H group is like the 10 millionth priority of any discussion that happens. And we can talk tactically about how we deal with requests to do so. I believe the best way to do so is to, orient the critique of H group as like within the greater context of the critique of imperialism and colonialism, because I think that's the most honest and beneficial way to do it. But what is the critique? Yeah, is it just that Palestinians disagree with me? Because I'm willing to like bite that bullet.
I think that critiquing H group is fine for Palestinians, and even that, I would say let's wait until after Palestine is free. I don't think it's necessarily like an outside person's place to critique how and what we do to resist. There are certain actions, that have been rallied against, alleged, and we have already condemned certain things. But to condemn the group as a whole is that triggers us, because that when that question is asked to us, you're asking us to prove our humanity. When Hanan Ashrawi was asked that on CNN, I don't know if you've seen that.
I have.
Yeah, so it's like a Western talking point, and it's dehumanizing, to be honest with you.
I understand that it's a Western talking point. Our response is like, it's also an effective talking point because it's a trap. Like the rhetoric that we use to respond to it can engage in the goal of the trap, which is to either push you into being a crazy extremist that can't critique anything that Palestinians ever do. And then you're just like, and then from a Western media view, you're just as bad as Israelis. Obviously, that's not the reality, right? But I'm talking about the rhetoric behind it. The reason I ask it is because if you say no, right, we all, like, all of us in our minds know that, like, someone in the H group or H group as a organization have done things wrong. Every single thing in this world has done things wrong and are condemnable and are critiquable, right?
Right.
And especially, so when you're arguing that, and you're forced into a position where either you accept this Western like talking point where, H group bad, no hate, but like maybe Palestinians deserve to live, right, is the thing they're trapping you in. Or the other side is you're a crazy extremist who can't critique anything that any Palestinians ever do. I think we have choice on how we respond to it. And some of those choices are co-opting the narrative into the narrative we're trying to push to blame colonialism and imperialism as a fundamental issue in this conversation. I think it depends how it's done.
Not we, though, right? Like us.
Anyone that's ever asked this question. I don't engage in group dynamics. I'm myself.
Yeah, but Palestinians, I think, are the ones that are able to critique H group, right? I don't think that's an ally's place.
I think I'm able to critique any human being or group in this world. Just as you are. Like, to be so real, like, I don't think this is helpful. And also, as was pointed out earlier, the H group is not making this request. The H group asked the UN to investigate them. Like, I don't know. This was the point that Ramona made, was that she asked they asked external organizations.
Right.
To
Ramona is Palestinian.
She's repeating that Hamas is not agreeing with you. Sorry, correct me if I'm wrong, Kobe.
Ramona is also from Gaza, and she's here. She's in the comments.
Can we, yeah. So what Ramona said was they did open up the door for investigation, for independent studies, independent bodies to come in and investigate. That they are open to critique and bettering themselves, of course. But she did not say that they are, like, to be condemned. And the question I ask you is, Will, who are you critiquing them with? If you're sitting there with, let's say, a Zionist or an Israeli, and you're sitting there paternalistically talking about what would be better for Gazans, which choice would have been better, what the H group is doing, Palestinian resistance, that is very harmful, especially if you are critiquing them with an Israeli person who is actively genociding Palestinians in front of hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of people. That, in a way, is rooted in some type of paternalism, and also it's kind of dehumanizing, because why is an Israeli being allowed this space to be criticizing Palestinian resistance?
Yeah, so I just want to, sorry, I am like kind of super neurodivergent, so I'm trying to like parse this argument really clearly. No, I'm just saying that so the, like, is Phil Burry, forgive me for being Phil Burry. Yes, Ramona said we could critique them. I'm correct in saying that was her thesis. And what I'm saying, okay, I just want to make, no one disagrees with that, right? Ramona said we could critique them, and should they ask for them to be critiqued?
But not condemn. Yes.
Not condemn. Great. Yes, great. My position is, yes, Ramona said critique. I'm happy to say, okay, I critique Israel, Hamas. I think in my world, those words mean like, condemn just means really badly critique, right? If you want to say there's a linguistic distinction between those two things, fine, right? Ramona meant a certain thing when she said critique. I meant a certain thing when I said condemn. Fine, right? Describe to me what the really big difference between those words is, and we can have that productive discussion.
Do you condemn Hamas? Let's just make this super easy.
Wait, can I get the chance?
Like so many times, yeah.
1 second, can I get the chance to clarify what I meant?
Please.
Yes. I literally went away for 30 minutes and I came back and I heard a conversation about Islam and each group blowing up themselves in the name of Islam and criticizing Islam and Islamic nationalism, which is not a thing. Islamic nationalism, Palestinian nationalism is a thing. Islamic nationalism is not a thing. Like I said, there should be no issue. Like, okay, from a Western standpoint, right? And I'm not American. It sounds very, okay. It sounds like a colonial mindset. It sounds like when you say, oh, I find issue with H group using Islam or doing things in the name of Islam or having Islamic values or following Islamic guidance. It kind of sounds like we're America, we're coming to spread democracy because we know what's best for you. So we're going to come invade your country because we know what's good for you. And Mel and Fed already did that to us a while ago, and that's not what I stand for. And when I said the H group critiques itself, I meant that H group was elected because they are democratic in nature and because they invited an investigation by the United Nations, not by individuals on TikTok who claim they care about the Palestinians and then they equate H group with the ITF and with the genocide that's going on in Gaza. So by critique, I meant the people in Gaza. The people in Gaza have protested against certain things like the law that I said and the travel restrictions, which, by the way, the H group revoked that law in 3 days. Like within 3 days, they revoked the law. So that's the kind of thing that people do critique. It's the things that do affect our lives and day-to-day life in Gaza. But that's one thing to say I don't support anybody unaliving children, and it's another thing to say I don't support somebody following Islam as guidance in how they see their state, right? Because you don't get to tell us how to create a nation or how to find a nation or how to liberate ourselves. That's not what I meant. So I hope that clarifies everything. It's sad that I came back and this is what it is about now. It's about Islam, but I agree with Notorious. He is a Christian Palestinian, and if it was a Christian group, I'd be saying the same thing about them. It's Palestinian resistance at the end of the day. It doesn't matter to me, to be honest. Anyway.
We do say the same thing about PFLP, Ramona.
Yeah, actually, the interestingly, like there is 1 second. Sorry, there is somebody who wrote about H group, right? And they went in. She was a journalist. She went in to study about H group, and she saw something that was very fascinating for her. She saw somebody from the PFLP, right? Somebody from the PFLP, the wife of someone from the PFLP, a leader from the PFLP, and they were going to a funeral of a leader from the H group. And she was so fascinated by it. She didn't understand how two different quote unquote ideologies can coexist that way. But you have to understand that the PFLP is on the ground right now fighting in Gaza. It's Palestinian nationalism is one thing, and religious values is another thing. The fact that we come from different religions does not mean that our resistance is not one. So, yeah, that's it. Like, I can't talk much right now, but I'm gonna mute myself, but I'm listening.
Exactly.
Yeah, sorry. I'll just respond to the points that were made against me. Once again, I'm confused on the points we're making. I just want to clarify where our position is. There have been some people that have said, yeah, Will, you can critique, but condemning is too far. That's been said to me in this conversation by like one or two people. It's what I've interpreted some people's position to be. I want to know who believes that. Number two, I want to know who believes I can't critique Hamas ever at all in any case. Okay, and then number three, so there are two kinds of people, and then there's another one who believe yes, you can critique. Yeah, condemns the same thing as critique, or I know what you mean when you say condemn by like critique strongly, but critiquing them on the basis of Islam is the issue. Okay, we got 1, 2, 3. I don't know everyone's positions. I genuinely don't know where everyone's on here.
Can I answer this?
Can people clarify?
Can I answer this? Because I made this, I started this conversation of you cannot critique. Well, I started this and I'm going to stand by it, but I'm going to explain. When there's an active G-side going on, when you go and watch pro-Palestinian panels, usually we're not talking about what resistance is doing wrong. At a time like this, when there's a catastrophic starvation and a G-side happening in front of our eyes, which I did say, I don't know why my message was misconstrued, but I'm going to say it again. At a time like this, let's focus on what's actually happening in front of our eyes. People are being unalived. People are being starved. Man-made famine is happening right in front of our eyes. And all of these geopolitics that Israel, the oppressor, is doing to the Palestinians. So to make this simple, right, let's not critique H group. And I was addressing you personally. I was asking you personally not to critique them, because I don't believe in my heart, even though I only talked to you or heard you for the last couple hours. I didn't really hear you before. But in my opinion, I don't think you're knowledgeable enough on H group to critique them. That's my personal opinion.
I said that to Manula, right?
Yes,
I feel like
you
my
did,
point
actually.
was, I felt like I said that you're spreading misinformation, Will, and
Exactly.
that you should read about them, and
So
you
I
continue
feel
to
like-
do it.
Exactly. So I feel like when it comes to critiquing, yes, I'm going to stand by what I said. You, Will, don't critique H group. You personally, you don't. And Marwa was on the panel, and she spoke English, and she's in Gaza as we speak. She was displaced to the north, and she said, so if you want to emulate Palestinian voices, listen to Marwa that was just here and said, don't speak about government, don't speak about politics, speak on our humanity. So if you're really pro-Palestinian, you leave that alone and speak on the active G-side that's happening. Like I said, I go on multiple pro-Palestinian lives, and I don't hear critiquing of H group. All I hear is about the ongoing G-side that's happening in 4K in our eyes. And I came back to make that extremely clear. That was the 11th time I said it. I hope I don't have to say it again. Will, you personally don't talk about H group or our government until you're knowledgeable.
Okay, and just one clarifying question. Until I'm knowledgeable, or until the G-side is over? Do I have to be a Gazan experiencing it to comment
You
on
have
it?
to be. You have to know something to criticize it.
Okay, so it's not about my identity. It's not about the fact that a G-side's
No, it's
happening.
about your level of education on that subject.
Okay, so if I knew more and the G-side was still happening, you then think there would be a place for
I would
critique?
ask me personally, respectfully, I would ask you still don't critique while there's an active G-side. Guys, am I speaking like crazy? There's an
it's just you're
active
talking
G-side
about
that's
I
being
just asked for
starved to
clarification.
death. Like, I don't want you speaking on this when look at what's happening right now. There are body parts being blown to bits. No, we're not going to speak politics. And Marwa was here. I'm sorry I'm getting platty. I'm sorry I'm irate again. I tried not to. But like, I don't know if I'm speaking Chinese, bro. Like, there's a G side. Are we not witnessing what I'm witnessing? Are we not
I just asked a clarifying question.
I'm telling you, no, do not speak until you're educated and after, yes, the G side is over. You personally, I don't want to hear it. Pro-Palestinian should not sit there and be like, well, on Tuesday, on the 11th, someone spilled water. No, there's a G side. We don't care about the spilled water. We don't care about something that fell. We care about the G side. And if you're pro-Palestinian, I'm sorry, that should be as clear as day. No Sharia, no Islam, no H group, none of that. Leave that alone. There's an active G side. People are starving to death. While we're going to eat dinner tonight, people can't eat in Gaza, guys. I'm embarrassed to eat. Look at the pictures.
Okay. I mean, all I did was, sorry, Zach, no, like,
let's give Will a
all
chance.
I did was ask it. I'm just trying. All I was trying to do within the past, like, 2 questions I asked was to clarify the conversation so it was clear for everyone. Because there were 2 critiques levied about this, and I want to make them clear. One, I don't know enough. That's maybe, like, that is an interesting, valid critique that can be made. Great. People who don't know enough shouldn't levy critiques. We can agree in principle on that. The second one, I have a much, much, much bigger issue with, right? And it goes back to the exact point I was making, which is the fact that people can be oppressed and oppressors, and victims of G-side and committers of G-side. And I'm not suggesting H group is doing that. What I'm saying is that to say that in all cases of G-side occurring, mass casualties and harms occurring, that we can't critique the people that those are occurring to if they are also causing harm. Are you interrupting
did you
me?
read? Yeah, I am. Did you read about the Holocaust? Did you critique the Jews that took up arms and fought against their oppressors during the Holocaust? Are we going to critique the Jews that were held in constant? What do you mean? They
to be
took
fair,
up
it was a long
arms
time ago.
and fought
they also didn't do anything
their
wrong.
oppressors. I'm saying, when you were reading about that, did you critique the Jews that took up arms and fought their oppressors? Yes or no? Did you critique them when you were studying?
Because they didn't do anything wrong. Who I do critique.
They didn't do.
Sorry. Let me speak. I've been interrupted again. I've been interrupted again. Let me speak.
They didn't analyze
No. Let me speak, Palestinian. Come on now. This isn't difficult. Who I do critique are the Bangladeshis who are committing genocide against indigenous people in the
Wait,
in the
why
hills
did we
region.
deflect to the Bangladeshis? Let's
Let
go
me
back
answer
to
the question and it'll be clear.
Why?
Let me answer. Like, sit and understand. Like, holy.
Excuse me.
We've been pretty good about not speaking. I mean, don't interrupt me 10 times then.
But why do I trigger him?
Guys,
Because you interrupted me. You interrupted me like 4 times.
Please, let's keep it respectful. We
Let me
also
speak.
have other
Let me
people on the
speak.
panel. We need to give others also a chance to speak. We have Zach.
Yeah,
I would
come on
love to
now.
welcome him. Will, please, if you just highlight what are your stances on H group, because I think many people here who came maybe new to the live, they don't know what this whole thing is about. But can you please clarify it, and we can continue with the conversation?
Yeah,
Thank you.
sorry. I just want to be clear to Manula. But yeah, I'm triggered because you're being rude. Like, we've been insanely good in this live. Probably one of the best lives I've ever been on for interrupting, right? And then you come on here and utterly disrespect that multiple times. Like, gross. Don't do that.
Bro, she didn't know that.
She did. She interrupted me multiple
We're having a
times.
conversation. It's okay.
She interrupted.
Why are you so triggered? Will, just get it off your chest. What are you so triggered about? Come
I'm
on,
triggered about you interrupting me multiple times.
No.
Just get back to the point, please.
Stop
Just get back to
interrupting
the
me.
point.
Okay, moderator should moderate.
Shush.
Ew. Really? Come on now. So the point I was making about the Bangladeshi G-siding their indigenous people in the hills region is because the Bangladeshi were also and still are also being highly persecuted and were genocided by the Pakistanis. Okay? So if I was talking to Bangladeshi and they said, look, our government isn't perfect, but they're defending us from the Pakistanis who are G-siding us, want to actively unalive us, actively ethnically cleanse us from that area. I would find that absolutely insane, because we can still critique them politically for their political actions and their political goals, right? The fact that they are a victim in one context does not stop them from being an oppressor in another. Right? And so we
Exactly.
just to be extremely clear, that is like, I don't know, no rational person disagrees with that, right? And I think also a human of any ideology, any view, any background can look at oppression and say, look, that's oppression, right? Like you can say that I don't have enough knowledge and that I should go get more knowledge. And then if I gain enough knowledge or experience or whatever, then I can talk about it. That's fair. Right, but disqualifying me because I am not the personal victim of this from talking about any what I view to be an oppressive political structure or what I view to be a problematic political structure or whatever,
Without any
from
education,
any,
by the way,
stop speaking.
mind you,
Let him talk. Let him talk.
mind you, without being educated on the age group, he believes he can critique them.
I know. Let's
crazy.
let each other finish, please, and then Manolo, I'll let you respond.
Thank you. Yeah, so it wouldn't be a critique. It wouldn't be a defense to say we're also victims, so we can't victimize. That's idiotic. And also, you can't say, well, you're not Bangladeshi, so you can't comment on this. Of course not. I'm also not Israeli. Of course I can comment on the Israeli political structure, right? And my government and my institutions are directly intertwined with it. And the Israeli institutions are directly intertwined with Hamas, directly intertwined with Palestinians. Once again, not saying that they are the same, not saying that they're a cause, but all of this is intertwined. If I can't comment on one, it reduces my efficiency in commenting about others. They're all intertwined. My analysis matters on every single part of this. And to preclude anyone from engaging in analysis on identitarian grounds precludes them from engaging in like holistic analysis of the world. And that just breeds like less critical thinkers. This is just bad for discussion and bad for any type of advocacy.
Okay, so I want to respond to this. I'm sorry. Can I just
Manula
respond?
wants to respond. Yes, let
so
Manula respond.
He literally just stated on this panel that he's not educated on each group, but wants to critique them.
You're a liar. That's not what I said.
Wow, you're interrupting me. Excuse me.
We'll make it even.
Don't interrupt me. So he literally, I don't know why he's so triggered by me. That's crazy. I don't even trigger the Zios this much. And I'm not trying to call you a Zio. Like, please. I'm just saying, like, I don't trigger people this much. It's so weird. And I was telling you respectfully, leave the topic of age group alone. Then I asked you to educate yourself on age group before you even think to speak about them. Then I said, Will, there's a G side. If you're pro-Palestinian, you would focus on the G side, not the age group that you're trying to critique when you literally stated you're uneducated on the matter. Like, how is this not adding up? Then I brought up Warsaw and you turn it to Bangladesh. I was trying to gain some sympathy out of you to understand that a group of people that are being occupied and oppressed, you do not critique them during their oppression. And if they bear arms and uprise to unalive people, you do not critique them.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but he said before that he's not focused on this thing specifically. Like, this was a question that was brought up to him, and like he tried to explain it, and then we're ending up with this discussion. But what I want to say is that Will is not sitting focused on condemning age group. On the contrary, but he has different views about them, which is what we're trying to understand and maybe correct. And also, Will, to be fair, you also said that you're not knowledgeable on the matter of age group. So
I didn't say that. Sorry, just to be extremely clear, I didn't say that.
Okay. You said to.
What I said is that I, just like everyone else in the world, have more to learn, and that it would be a fair critique, right? If they don't think I know enough, that's actually a fair critique to exclude free people from conversation, right? It's not a fair critique to say, well, this group is being oppressed, so they can't be critiqued. So I was just trying to make the arguments clear.
But I'm so sorry. I'm going to let other people talk. I just wanted to say that when you keep bringing up Bangladeshi, right? Like the Bangladeshis were trying to liberate themselves. And in an attempt to silence that liberation, the Pakistanis G-sided them. That is not what is happening in Palestine. Palestinians are not victimizing Israelis because there is still that active power dynamic. That would be like me saying an enslaved person let's say, for example, the Amistad, the enslaved people on Amistad deciding to break free and unalive their slave traders, that they all of a sudden are victimizing their slave traders. No, they're not, because there is still that power dynamic that you're not taking into account. In your in your analogy, Palestinians would be the Bangladeshis and Israelis would be the Pakistanis who are unaliving them, right? So
sorry, can I
Palestinians.
make my analogy? I just don't know if you heard the whole thing.
Okay.
I'm talking about a three person thing here. So Pakistanis, Bangladeshis, and then the indigenous people of the hills regions, like the Chattahoochee Hills regions. Pakistanis oppressing the Bangladeshis oppressing the indigenous people of the hills regions. Just to make that clear. I don't know if you heard that.
But yeah, so when the H group, right, is actively working side by side with the PFLP, with other Palestinian liberation movements, and you're critiquing the H group for the things that all this collaboration of Palestinian resistance movements have done, regardless of what ideology they belong to, you were ultimately just critiquing Palestinian resistance as a whole. Because even when we talk about October the 7th, it wasn't only the H group that participated in October the 7th. There were multiple other Palestinian resistance movements that participated. So when you are saying you critique them for October the 7th, for example, you're saying you critique all Palestinian resistance, including all the Palestinian resistance movements that participated in all armed struggle. And that is the issue, because now you're not only going against the H group, you're going against Palestinian resistance as a whole, pretending as if Palestinians have the power to victimize their occupiers, when in this analogy, it would be like the slave unaliving the slave trader because they want to be free. The slave trader is not being victimized the same way white Haitians were not victimized, the same way the French were not being victimized. If the H group were to go, let's say, outside of historic Palestine and started oppressing or suppressing minority groups outside of historic Palestine, fine, we can have that conversation. Whereas now, though, all Palestinian resistance, their main focus is Israeli colonial occupation. How are you victimizing the colonizer?
Sorry, just to be so clear, I never said they victimized Israel. That was not the analogy in any way, shape, or form. That was not the argument in any way, shape, or form. My point with that is a principle was set out. Let's do this super, surgically. A principle was set out. When people are victims of genocide, actively, currently, you cannot critique the governing bodies or resistance groups within them. That was the principle that was set up. I gave an example where that principle is obviously insanely ludicrous, right? That is a self-evidently extremist, insanely stupid principle, because it could lead you to not be able to critique resistance groups that are also G-siding people. That's the level of it.
But don't you see don't you think it's harmful? Oh, sorry, well, continue.
I'm just saying, if you apply that principle, if you believe that principle, it could stop you from critiquing, right, genuine, actual abuses, right? Guys, first of all, Hamas does things wrong. But second of all, in the world that Hamas was G-siding a certain subsection of the Palestinian population right now as well, or were actively targeting, I don't know, the Druze within Israel or something. If they were doing these things, obviously we wouldn't be sitting up here. None of you would be sitting up here saying, yeah, you can't say that that's a bad thing. You can't criticize them for that, because the people that they're arguing for or resisting for are also being harmed and are under extreme harm. No, I think the correct way to do is look, in effect, that's actually way less of an issue than this. We can do a weighing. We don't need to be extremist and absolutist about this, right? We can actually talk about, oh, that's a fair levied critique, but that's not our focus, which is what kind of seems like everyone agrees on. Everyone here says, yeah, this shouldn't be the focus. I know. Every time that's reiterated, it makes me want to tear my eyes out, because we all agree on that. Can't we just say, if resistance groups do things really, really wrong, then yeah, maybe it's time and place for us to critique them, because that's still a bad thing. But typically our focus should be on the stronger oppressor, which is what I
But you're
reiterate
opening
in
up
all my emails.
you're opening up the stage for Israelis to start critiquing it. That's the issue
You
as
just
well.
have to, you have to have the rhetorical power to stop that then. But that's literally that's a snowball effect fallacy.
Can I say one thing?
Yeah, sorry, Zach.
Yeah, I just want to say I'm American. I don't know if you are American or not. I'm just going to guess you're American based off your accent. But we as Americans, we don't get to just be the moral police of the world. Like, unless it's something where everyone can objectively agree that killing people's wrong. Of course, you can condemn Saddam Hussein for gassing Kurds. You can condemn all of those things. But like when you just get into things like, oh, I don't agree with Islam and government, stuff like that. It's the same reason why those same people can't just come to America and impose Sharia upon you. We should leave each other to our beliefs, except in things that are objectively true upon all of us. And I think all of these things that have happened before are a cause of us imposing our values upon other people. The entire point of the war on terror was us imposing our democracy on people, our values on people, and look where it got us. So I just want to say, you can disagree with like things that are objectively wrong. Like anyone naturally can guess that gassing Kurds is wrong. But like when it comes to the small gray areas, I don't think it's your place. I don't think it's my place.
Okay, I mean, this is just a matter of extent and how far you think the actual critique is. I don't think like critiques work that way. I think like if you can critique them at all, you can critique them on anything. Also, moral police really comes down to like us invading and like imperializing and whatnot. Yeah, I'm anti-imperialist. Also, for the people in the comments, maybe it's time for me to reiterate this because maybe the viewership has circled. I'm anti-Zionist. I think Israel is one of the most evil nations in the world. I condemn the IDF. I condemn Israel. I condemn white supremacy. I condemn imperialism. I condemn colonialism. Okay, great. Like we all know this. Yeah, I agree. There are like we should be able to critique oppressed peoples. Like this is my point. So okay, Kobe, that is. The critique you made was interesting, which is it rhetorically opens the door for Israelis to join in on that critique in a worse way, right? They're saying it for this reason. I'm saying it for this reason. The reason they're saying it is this. Well, I think
not necessarily worse way.
Oh, okay, then what were you saying? Yeah.
In general, just having that conversation in general with an Israeli to me is dehumanizing. Like having that conversation in general, it doesn't even have to be like a worse critique, but having that conversation where you're opening up the stage for an Israeli to potentially start dissecting Palestinian resistance while they're actively G-siding Palestinians on the side, that whole, like, that to me just comes off as very, very dehumanizing towards Palestinians, to watch the people who have their boot on their neck sit down and dissect and analyze their resistance.
Okay.
Well, yeah, but wouldn't the correct response to that be like? Sorry, that was a response to me. Like basically, this just has to be pretty even. Yeah, but isn't the problem with that hypocrisy rather than the actual action? Like this is the thing about hypocrisy is like neither of the actions are bad in and of themselves. It's the fact that they contradict. So like you're saying, yeah, they're the oppressors of the Palestinians. So of course, like when you are actively oppressing a peoples, it's insane to point out the oppression of those own peoples while you're holding to your own oppression. Isn't the problem their hypocrisy rather than the actual critique being levied in the first place?
Okay, just 1 second. I love how this conversation is going. I love what we're sharing here. No hate. Nobody's like against anyone. We're just discussing. So people in the chat, please, no hate and no shit talking.
And why are the likes only 70k, guys? Come on, like the live. It should be much more. So like I want you to pay attention to something. Well, you said you condemn white supremacy and you condemn Israel and Zionism. They are committing a genocide and it's a colonial entity. And you use the same verb, which is condemn, because there is something written in their charter. So, like, do you see the issue? You're using the same verb to like describe a genocide and describe a word written in a charter.
this is like the definition of semantics. No, I don't think it's a big issue. I mean, this is like the definition of semantics. Like when we're talking about our actual positions regarding the two of them, I think both of us, I've at least shown this, we all have enough time and energy to sit and explain our nuanced positions on all of these structures of power, right? I don't think it's helpful to say, look, you said this one word, therefore your position is that they're the exact same, or therefore you're equating them exactly. Words do matter, but we have time, but both you and I have time to talk about the nuanced positions both you and I have on them. And I, when I'm discussing people, talk about the nuanced positions I have about pretty much every single structure of power that exists in this world. So no, I mean, it doesn't matter when I have time to clarify. If someone has asked me, do you condemn Hamas? Do you condemn Israel? I wouldn't be like, yes, I condemn Hamas, yes, I condemn Israel. I'd be like, yes, I condemn Israel. Yeah, I condemn Hamas insofar as it's a product, as it is a direct reaction to colonialism and imperialism, right? Like these are really long conversations. If we want to get down into the weeds of like, do you mean condemn or do you mean critique or don't you think they're the same words? Like, guys, come on. This is the definition of semantics. I think we're actually having an interesting conversation about critiquing oppressed peoples.
Will, what do you condemn? Do you condemn them or do you condemn the action they took on the 7th?
I condemn the constitution of their organization, right? The constituting ideology of their organization, in part, and I condemn certain actions of theirs. So I have a series of critiques of both against their actions. I have an issue with them constitutionally incorporating religion.
On what part of their constitution? Where is religion? Where is religion in with their politics, though?
I mean, they describe themselves, they're literally the Islamic resistance movement. Islam, its frame of reference is Islam, which determines principles, objectives, and means. I have an issue with that.
The laws are not like Islamic laws. They ain't got no Sharia law.
I've had this discussion already. They're Islamic. Like, come on now.
In what way? I'm asking you. I know you're just saying.
In what way? In the way that they say their frame of reference is Islam, which determines its principles, objectives, and means. You can say that they don't oppress other religions. You can say that they are, secular in action, whatever.
Isn't America
they are not
like that
secular
too?
In ideology.
Isn't America like that too? And
yeah, America isn't
England.
Perfectly secular. I condemn the portions of America that are perfectly secular.
But isn't the American government like that too, with Christianity?
Yeah, and I hate that about them.
So okay. So what's the issue? If they was, I would say, if the hate
I condemn the Republicans. I condemn the Democrats. What do you want me to do?
I mean, are you just anti-religion?
I condemn right about everything in this world. Like, I don't, like, I guess, Kobe, you know me. I just need someone in this world like, y'all, I will almost never support a given organization, person, or thing. I guess I should have made this clear actually earlier.
Yeah, no,
I don't support things. I don't like people. I don't like organizations. I don't like ideologies. I don't call myself anything other than a Marxist because I don't like saying I'm a Leninist. I don't like saying I'm a Stalinist or whatever. I don't like people. I don't like organizations. I don't like ideologies because almost all of them have portions or fields that I don't like. I condemn religion as an institution. I condemn Christianity. I condemn Islam. I condemn Judaism. Like, I don't like these things. So when I say I condemn, I genuinely do mean, like, it is just a thing I don't agree with. Right? Like, I don't like it. We can talk about the rhetorical impacts of that. That's fine. And that's helpful. But I guess I should have made that clear. When I say that, that's what I'm making. And I do genuinely mean this. I've had this discussion with other people before.
So it's nothing to do with the resistance. It's just to do with their charter or what their stance with religion is.
I mean, I have a few critiques regarding specific, like, we can go down critiques of different actions that they've taken, or go down critiques of specific ideological issues that I have with them. But yeah, I mean, it's a certain fact. It's a set of factors about them. As I've said at the very beginning, and as I've affirmed consistently throughout, like, always advocating for Palestine. I've said that armed resistance is justified. People have a right to armed resistance. Yeah, so they have the right to armed resistance and violent resistance.
Do you know when you're advocating for us Palestinians, does your critiques or condemnment derail the conversation at all to talk about that religion or hate groups' role within religion or anything like that?
In my experience, my approach is extremely effective. So, We can talk on two levels. We can talk on pragmatism. Yeah, we can talk on pragmatism. We can talk pragmatically and say, look, maybe this doesn't help Palestinians, or this isn't effective regarding Zionist propaganda, and we can have really pragmatist discussions. Or we can talk ideologically and say, look, this is just wrong to do ideologically because of blank, blank, and blank. I think we've been thus far having the ideological discussion, which is interesting, and I'm very happy to have. If we want to talk pragmatically, I think it's so clear that pragmatically most of my approach works. If someone has an actual pragmatist belief on it, which Kobe has kind of led to, which is interesting, which is, well, maybe it opens the door for, maybe it makes Palestinians feel dehumanized or be dehumanized, or opens the door to further rhetorical dehumanization of Palestinians. That's an interesting pragmatic discussion to have. In what I can understand and what I can see, that doesn't seem necessary, or at least other approaches seem maybe more dehumanizing and paternalizing. So yeah, in my experience, it works. In my experience of what I've seen, how Zionists have reacted, how we've affected the discussion has been productive. But Kobe's actually levied an interesting critique. I just happen to, I don't know. I don't disagree that it makes them feel dehumanized, but it's the way, it depends on how we approach it. I think the extreme that has been posited in this discussion, which is that no people who are being oppressed can be critiqued from outside. I just think it's so outlandishly insane that it's not even worth talking about the pragmatics.
Yeah, no, I don't believe that. Like, you can critique what you want, but how I look at it is, if your critiques are gonna hurt the cause while you're advocating for them, then I would say it's a problem. Like, but if they're not, and if you're just advocating, because I've heard you advocate for us Palestinians, I really have, and I haven't seen anything what has struck any red flags any times I have heard you, to be honest with you. That's why I just, when I come to the live, I've heard what's going on, and I just wanted to understand what your critiques are. If your critiques are on Islam or on religion, just put Islam to the side. On religion as a whole, I understand. Like, that's cool. It's your choice. You don't have to agree with everything everyone does. Like, and if your critiques are not affecting the cause, then I don't see a problem in that sense, guys. Like, I don't think we need to make this a big thing. Will was a very good advocate for us Palestinians. Like, he really is. Like, I've sat there and heard him for months on end, for hours, and I don't sit there listening to people for hours, to be honest with you. But I have sat on Will's lives and listened to him for hours, debating Zionists, and I don't do that often with hardly anyone.
I agree with you, Bobby, and I trust your judgment. I really do. But regardless of all of that, right? Let's just be for real right now. If Palestinians on the ground in Gaza are telling you that you're fighting for, right? Well, you're here fighting for Palestinians. If they're telling you not to critique the government and to just focus on the G side, the starvation, and the catastrophic events that are happening in Gaza by the minute, by the second, by the hour, can you at least respect the people on the ground in Gaza that you're fighting for and not critique H group? Is that too much to ask?
Well, I think it's like the context.
We're not going to get that.
And the thing is,
hold on to Will for a sec.
Yeah,
it's hard to get that from everyone. Manola, I understand what you mean. I do. Like, we do ask this from Palestinians. Like, if you do have critiques, like, have them in your bedroom, like in your front room with your family, like we all do. We do understand. Like I always say, don't bring your personal judgments into the debate, into our calls. Like, just stick to the facts on the ground and what's going on. Like, our problem is with Israel, like with the occupation, with the genocide, with the oppression. Like, but we're not going to get that from everyone. Everyone thinks differently, feels differently. No, we can't force anyone to advocate or be pro H group if they find some critiques. I understand we don't like it. I don't like certain things how certain people debate, but Will is a good is a good asset in our cause. Like, he really is. He has big lives with Americans that listen. He is versed and educated in our cause. He is. He can still be educated, like all of us still can. Like, but we can't get him to just drop on any critiques he might have. Like, because I've got
can I clarify, Bobby? Just because I appreciate the love. I appreciate the love. But I also, like, I think sometimes me, like, I don't know, like, flattery sometimes limits conversation. So I appreciate it. Much love. But I do stand in solidarity, and I want to benefit the Palestinian people as much as I can. Yeah. So I don't want, like, special treatment or anything, because whatever impact I do advocacy for advocacy's sake. But as to this question, it seems weird to me because, okay, yes, we should focus on this, and I do, right? Like, let's all recognize, I do. 99.99% of my conversations are condemning Israel, condemning the IDF. I would say I'm one of the better people at redirecting it towards critiques towards Israel. But the issue is I have to have an opinion on H group when I am talking. So my context is I'm talking to Zionists, and I'm talking to Western Zionists by and large, and I'm serving a Western audience. Okay. And so the Western audience has been propagandized to a T, to an insane T, about H group. Okay. Guys, my terms do matter. If I don't engage in the context that I'm in, then I'm not engaging effectively, right? We need to exist in the context of all that we are. And anyway, so we need to know what we're doing here, media wise. And media wise, I'm talking to a Western audience, to Western people, and Western people have been propagandized about Hamas every day, all day for the past 8 months.
So one second,
really 17 years.
Should you keep going on with this propaganda, knowing like it's a wrong propaganda? Should you keep going with it with the same?
No, but what I'm trying to do is trying to contextualize a narrative, right, that will helpfully respond to that propaganda. And the best way that I know how to do that is to say, look, it is not to say Hamas unequivocally never does anything wrong, right? I don't think anyone in their right, like, I don't believe that. And I think that I've counter-propagandized myself pretty well. I don't think anyone in their right mind, if I told a bunch of propagandized Westerners that that's what was happening, then they would believe me. Because I also don't believe it, so I'm not going to say it, right? And so ignoring the problem would be to ignore this huge holdup that everyone has with Palestinian resistance. So I have to incorporate and respond to their propaganda. And so I have to respond to the things about Hamas in order to neutralize those issues. And this is the best way I found it. Right. And so Palestinians can say this all they want, but like it's difficult to engage in conversations with Westerners while saying, oh, I have no opinion on Hamas.
Okay, I'm so sorry to interrupt the conversation.
You're fine.
But Isra and Mai are from Gaza, and we don't know how long their internet's going to last. So maybe we could give them a chance to say what they have to say, and then we can proceed with the conversation after they're done.
مساء الخير إسراء ومي، يفضلوا إذا بتحبوا تشاركونا إحنا.
That we hope to give us 1 minute to talk about ourselves.
Of course, May, you have all the time you need.
Of course.
Manuela, thank you very much.
الحمد لله. كيف حالك إسراء؟
والله زمان عنك ما شفتك، كيفك؟
والله اشتقت لك كمان. كيف حالك؟
والله مشتاقة والله كثير، الله يسعدك.
أنا كمان والله إسراء، سوري أنا خجلانة من حالي والله.
لا وليش تخجلي ولا يهمك حبيبتي.
الله ينصرك، الله يخليك يا إسراء. شو طمنينا، قولي لنا.
والله زمان ما دخلت تيك توك، يعني دخلت عندكم، بس الحمد لله والله الأوضاع سيئة، يعني من أسوأ لأسوأ، وإحنا كشعب بطلنا قادرين نتحمل اللي بصير، مش عارفين يعني وين لوين بدها توصل الأمور، يعني العالم شو مستني، يعني أسوأ من اللي صار فينا للأسف يعني الشديد. طبعا منولا بتعرفني من الشهور طويلة، يمكن من 6 شهور.
بتشرفين خيطة.
الله يسعدك. أنا ما بعرفش أحكي بالإنجليزي ولا بالعربي، رح أحكي بالعربي وأنتوا ترجموا.
إذا في قدرة على إنك تشاركينا بالإنجليزي بيكون أحسن.
بدي أحكي عن حالي شوي. I will talking about myself a little bit. I am Palestinian woman. I am from Gaza. I am basically from the north of Gaza. The first of the war I evacuated many times. The first time to Deir al-Balah, after the occupated happened there. I evacuated to Rafah. You know what's happened in Rafah, the genocide there. It's a big genocide. After that, I come back to Khan Yunis now. You know, all the Palestinians there struggling, suffering. Everything happened there. It's difficult. Cannot imagine. I don't know what I talking or how describe what's happened there, but I think the world know what's happened exactly in Gaza. Many people مش عارفة بدي أحكي يعني، بس بدي أكمل في العربي يعني. أنتوا عارفين الوضع اللي بصير عنا من قهر من دول. طبعا إحنا غنيين بكرامتنا وعزتنا يعني، بس الحمد لله رب العالمين. اللي فقد أهله واللي تصابوا ناس من أهله، غير إنه الأطفال اللي بتموت من المجاعة اللي بتصير، غير إنه الجرائم اللي بتصير والإعلام ما بيقدر يغطيها، غير إنه التمثيل في الجثث، الأطفال اللي بتنحرق، الاستهدافات اللي بتصير للمدنيين اللي مالهمش أي ذنب. طبعا إحنا صرنا نازحين رحلة نزوح يمكن فوق 5-6 مرات لنحمي نفسنا ونحمي أطفالنا يعني وأهلنا وعيالنا. الحمد لله رب العالمين يعني. أكيد الكل بيعرف يعني، وأنتوا يعني بنشكركم إنه وقفتكم مع فلسطين، وأنتوا بتحكوا عنا يعني قاعدين وبتتعبوا وبتعطوا رأيكم وإنكم بتدافعوا عن القضية. وأكيد أغلبكم فلسطينيين مغتربين، أنا بعرفكم يعني. الحمد لله رب العالمين على كل شيء. الحمد لله.
فلسطينيين من البلاد كمان يعني، مش بس مغتربين.
أي بعرفكم كلكم. أنا يعني أنا بعرف فلسطينيان إنجينير. كنت أنا أطلع عند أخونا مقليعة إذا بتعرفه.
أكيد مقلع أخونا.
هو ساعدني كتير ووقف جنبي يعني، الله يجزيه كل الخير.
ولا يهمك، إذا بتعطيني بس هيك شوي يعني أترجم ومن كمان. So she said how the situation is full of misery and like it's really difficult. She said that the people of Gaza are rich with their dignity and honor. The children are literally facing a starvation and the crimes are happening, but the media is not able to cover most of these crimes. Like nothing is being shown. Nothing what exactly is happening there is being shown. The people are being unalived on daily basis. But with all of this, we the people of Gaza, we thank you for even hosting these lives and talking about us, because this is magnificent. It wasn't happening a couple of months ago. But seeing this happening globally is like really heartwarming for Palestinians especially. تفضل خيتا.
بس هذا اللي بدي أحكي يعني. أنتوا كلكم شايفين اللي بصير جوا غزة أكيد وعارفين، بس إحنا ما رح نقدر نوصف المعاناة اللي إحنا عشناها يعني. بس ما بنقول إلا الحمد لله رب العالمين على كل حال.
الحمد لله.
وفعليا يعني القطاع عنا بيعاني من قهر وتشرد وجوع يعني، والناس صارت في أماكن محددة في غزة يعني فوق بعضها يعني. مساحات صغيرة بتحتوي ملايين من الناس والبشر، وانت علمك الهيباتيتس ماسك في الناس، الكبد الوبائي، قلة المي النظيفة، بعيد عنك مجاري المياه الصحية صارت يعني احنا وياها واحد عايشين معها، لأنه الشوارع تجرفت. الحمد لله رب العالمين.
We have also Mai. Would you like to share something with us?
Hello, everybody. Yes, my brother, I want to talk about myself, talk about my painful story. I'm from Gaza. I displaced from the north of Gaza to the south for many times in different places. My house is completely destroyed, and I lost my job. I work as a teacher in the past time before 7th of October, but now I lost my job. I'm a mother of 3 kids. I displaced alone with my children to the south, but without my husband, because it's so difficult to displace with Mia, because the Israeli occupation took the men to the prison. So I'm alone with my kids in Deir el-Balah. Okay, also in Deir al-Balah, when I live in a tent at first time, in a plastic tent. One of my kids, who was 13 years old, was injured in this war, and now he is suffering from electrical charges in vision center in his brain, so he cannot see for many hours. And this is a very big problem for me because he is 13, he want to play, he want to walk in the street, but the doctor recommended that your son cannot walk under the sunshine. And he recommended me that I need a room, not tent, because my son cannot see in the sunshine. So I take a room from a family house. This room buy 1,000 shekel in a month. The life is so bad here in Gaza. We are strong people, but it's so difficult also because I'm alone with my children. Because I need every morning get up and try to search for water, search for food. This is a bad situation because there is no money. I told you that I lost my job. And also the doctor recommended that my son need to eat a healthy food to be strong because the medicine, it's very strong for him because he is thin. There is no food in Gaza. And I cannot buy his medicine because it's so expensive. I need $100 monthly, and my son needs this medicine for 2 years. I want to tell you that I get it from my house with just my clothes. Now, this day, I want to tell you that my children walk in the street without shoes. There is no shoes in Gaza. We have bad clothes because there is no also clothes in Gaza. There is no bathroom. You can imagine there is no bathroom with this plastic tents. We were tent packed to 1,000 years ago. Now we make a fire to make food, to make a bread. There is no gas. This fire made by wood, nylon, plastic, and this make health problem for me. I'm suffering from this materials, but also I'm still a strong woman because my kids need me to be strong.
You are a realist.
This is the first time to me to deal with TikTok. I didn't deal with TikTok before, but I get to the TikTok because it's the only way to get the money. There's no another way to get the money in Gaza. I'm struggle a lot of a problem, but is the most one that my children, my son, the oldest boy, it's very hard to see your son cannot see, and he is afraid all the time when he lost his seeing and say, "Mama, I'm afraid to die. Mama, I'm afraid to see nothing." This is the big problem with me. And you can imagine that I'm a woman. I'm a woman alone. I cannot talk with my husband because there's bad connection in Gaza. The situation here is very bad. When you hear just the word Gaza, you can imagine genocide, starvation, poverty. The people just eat beans all the time, just beans, cans. There's no healthy food. If we have a healthy food, it's so expensive. It's very, very expensive. I can't buy it. I try to do a small thing to get the money to help my children to get their food, their needs. But also it's so difficult. It's so hard. So I get to do the TikTok to get the money. I'm talk with the noble people. I talk with the kindest people to help me, to support me, try to care my children. So if you can help me do that, please don't hesitate. I'm really need your support. Thank you for your listening, my brother and the other.
Of course, May. May, if I may ask you a question.
Yes.
So, with all of the things that you've told us on how the situation right now is going on in Gaza, would you blame the H group or Hamas for all of these things that happened? Like, would you say that all of this is happening because of Hamas or what they
Habibi, I wouldn't put people in danger asking them kind of questions. I wouldn't, brother.
A question.
I wouldn't do that, man.
You might have like an insight to share
It puts
about
people in
not
danger,
question.
bro.
Okay.
I wouldn't, brother. Please. It puts people in danger.
You
Puts their
must,
lives in danger.
my brother, you must know that we are isolated people in Gaza. We love life. We have a dream. We don't think for another thing. We need to live in a peace, to build our life, to help our children to be old. This is the life of the Palestinian people in Gaza. We love life. We deserve life. We make a smile all the time, and you must know that we are strong.
We do know that the people in Gaza are strong, yes.
Nothing happened in Gaza because
أنا سؤالي كان بس
أنا
لمجرد
بدي أجاوبك على سؤالك. أنت بتسأل
أي سؤالي ما كان بغرض إنه يعني أحاول إني أذي أي بني آدم، بس
لا.
حوار اللايف اليوم كان يعني عشان اللي بيسمعوا، حوار اللايف اليوم كان على هذا الإشي، إنه هل إحنا المفروض إنه ندعم المقاومة ولا لا؟
Yes, support.
ناخذ الرأي من الناس اللي
Her response was we love life.
My brother, I want to answer your question.
They're relevant.
I want to answer your question.
If we just like avoid this question. Yes.
My brother, 1 minute, please. You must know that Palestine is our homeland. This is our homeland. We can get our soul for our homeland.
You heard her, bro. Freedom. They want to be free. They want basic human rights. Like that should already answer your question. You all heard it, guys, yeah? It's irrelevant whom and what. We want to be free.
Brother Blady, be sure, Brother Blady, all Palestinians stand with the Muqawama. This is not happened soon. You know what's happened in Palestine from many years. From 1948.
أنا فلسطيني يعني
Yes, all Palestinians stand with the Muqawama.
My brother, we become refugee for the second time. We become refugee for a second time in 1948 and in 2024.
Be sure all Palestinians stand with the Muqawama. What's happening in Gaza now, not recently, not soon. What's happening in Palestine from many years, from 1948. What occupied happened in
Yes, my sister.
48, yes.
And that's with
we
whoever
become refugee twice time.
Brother Blady, if anybody attacked you, what would you do? Would you do? Tell me.
I will not stay silent, of course.
Yeah. We'll wake up and stand up and fighting.
Yes, and this is why we support the resistance.
Yes, support the resistance.
Any type of resistance, it don't matter what alphabet name they are. That's what you gotta understand. Like, it's irrelevant. It's just a resistance against occupation.
No, I've always said this. I've said that resistance do take many shapes, and H group existing is one of the faces of these resistance. Like, it's not the resistance itself. Us existing on the land, on itself, by itself, is an act of resistance.
I will tell the world something. If anybody live in Palestine and show what's happened in Palestine, when believe must fighting, because what's happened in Palestine not happened in anywhere.
My brother, and all of here in Gaza, there's no houses. They destroy every houses. There is no houses. There is no school. There is no hospital. They kill the pregnant. Just imagine that they kill the pregnant, they kill the children, they kill the old man. The situation is very hard in Gaza. It's very, very hard.
Yes, I support resistance, Manullah. I support resistance. Yes, all Palestinians support resistance.
أنا عارفة حبيبتي بس البانل اليوم كانوا بيحكوا على المقاومة إنه في ناس بدهم I don't know how to word this, Platty, but how do I say it? Like
I said it. Like I said it.
Okay.
Our whole life today was us talking about this. So why is it like wrong to ask the people what they think about it?
Well, sometimes depends where you are in Gaza.
I know this is like a security issue and we shouldn't further talk about this. I'm sorry. It's for safety, of course. So
but I guess the bottom line is, Platty, that you know, when we want to talk about
it is dangerous. I acknowledge that. I'm sorry.
Brother Blady, nobody in Palestine, no people in Palestine care about that. If anything will happen, happened. Palestinian, we lost everything. What lost else? Nothing still to lost.
Yes, but Israel.
Taken free. We supporting resistance. No need for safety. Nothing will happen more than what's happened.
مش مجرد سيفتي على يعني بغزة نفسها سيفتي هون حتى باللايف هذا ممكن يكون في ناس هون احنا ما بدنا اياهم يكونوا موجودين وعمالين يسمعوا او بتفرجوا فالاشي مش كثير امان لازم ناخذ حذرنا يعني.
Yes, I know Zionists everywhere.
Exactly. Zionists everywhere.
Yes, everywhere. يا ابن الحلال حتى على الواتس بيطلعوا لك. بتشوف انهم متصددين.
She's saying even on WhatsApp. What the hell?
Sorry, man.
Yes, on WhatsApp.
إسراء ممكن أسألك سؤال؟
أكيد من الله.
Okay. So الناس اللي بيحبوا فلسطين وبدهم يسبورت فلسطين لازم يوقفوا مع المقاومة أو لا؟
Yes. If anybody love Palestine, must stand with resistance. The only government for Palestine is the resistance. It's a group.
If you want freedom for the Palestinians, you've got to support the resistance.
Yes,
that's
exactly.
Coming from a Palestinian in Palestine.
Can I speak up just a little? I just want to tell
we haven't heard from Ghazawiya also. Please go ahead.
Okay, just I want to respond on your question. Yes, we all are with resistance because it's the only way to get Palestine free. There is no other way, actually. So we have to keep going. Even if we are inside Palestine or outside it, we have to be with resistance, actually. Okay, I want to tell you about myself. I'm from the north of Gaza, basically. And I've been evacuated many times. First to Khan Yunis and then to Nusayrat, after that to Rafah, many times actually. I lived in a tent for, I think, 2 months. After that, unfortunately, I went to Egypt via medical transfer because I'm sick. I'm suffering from a chronic disease called multiple sclerosis. And after what I suffered in Gaza and what we had, me and my children, my situation became too bad. It's, as I told you, it's a problem in the nervous system called multiple sclerosis. And for that, I went to Egypt to get medication. Multiple sclerosis. And for that, I went
to healing. And my husband, unfortunately, couldn't be able to get from the north. He's still there in north of Gaza until today. And now I am with my 3 kids alone in Egypt. But you know, situation, I mean, thank you, Mariam. It's too bad for me. There is no income. We all lost our jobs and everything with us. It's been 2 months and now I'm there in Egypt. I'm with my
a little 3 kids alone, responsible of them. I try to do my best to get any support for them actually. Just the only way for me to get any income is through TikTok. There is no other way. We're trying hardly. And I tried many times to get support even to send for my husband. You know, situation there in the north is too bad for him. And try to help myself and try to help him. So all people of Gaza, wallah, they need it and they ask you and they pray for you and dua for all of you. You can help, you can support, you speak about our issue, you stand beside us. And may Allah bless you all, inshallah.
Inshallah. Thank you for sharing that, Ghazawi. We appreciate it.
Thank you, brother.
السلام عليكم. أنا بس بجاوب على السؤال اللي حكته
منولا.
تفضل ياسين.
معي أنت منولا اسم غريب. كيف أول حاجة كيف حالك أختي؟
Hey y'all, I need to run. Always good to be on panels like this, even if it gets heated. I meant no disrespect to any of you, to everyone in Gaza right now. Please, please, please. Also to everyone watching, please, please, please donate to Gazan people. Like that's the most important thing. Unilaterally, every single person on this panel agrees on that. Apologies if I was disrespectful to anyone. Love you all. We're all in here in solidarity, and I appreciate anyone correcting, critiquing, and attacking me. That's fine. Love and support. Peace out, Queens.
Will, I love to catch up on this. Just look out for my name when you do a live, if you don't mind. I'd love to join and go deeper a little bit. Thank you for coming.
يس أختي منولا، إحنا شعب غزة متوحدين مع بعض، واقفين مع بعض، وما عمرنا بنترك بعض. زي ما بتقول المقاومة، إحنا واقفين مع المقاومة، وإحنا بإذن الله، أنا إيش أقول لك؟ هاتيلي سلاح وقاوم هلقي. يلا بإذن الله تعالى. كنا هذه الأرض أرض الرباط والشهادة.
هذه
مكتوب في
أرضنا،
القرآن.
هذه أرضنا.
هذه الأرض أرض الرباط
فليرحل
والشهادة.
المغتصب، هذه أرضنا.
إن شاء الله بترجع على
أرضنا. وأنا أكتر والله أكتر إشي إحنا بقول لك يا أختي إسراء دكتور، أقول لك إشي، إحنا أهل الشمال، إحنا أهل الشمال خربنا مخطط الاحتلال. إذا أنت ما حدا بعرف، إحنا أهل الشمال خربنا مخطط الاحتلال.
طبعا صمودنا هو فخر لكل الناس، هو كمان مقاومة، يعني صمود الشعب مقاومة.
مظبوط. The resilience of the people and the people who stayed in the north actually crumbled the plans of the occupation.
أخوي بلادي برادر، إنه اللي صار في غزة ما حصل من قبل، لا في حرب عالمية أولى ولا في ثانية. يعني كمية الدمار وكمية الجرائم وكمية الانتهاكات اللي حصلت في غزة، أنتوا ما شفتوا ربعها على الإعلام. كل يوم تمثيل في الجثث، كل يوم تمثيل في الأطفال، كل يوم أحكي انتهاكات بحق النساء، كل يوم تجويع، كل يوم اضطهاد، كل يوم يعني حتى الناس اللي صمدت في بيوتها ممكن إنهم يدخلوا عليهم ويحشروهم لأيام بتعذيب نفسي وجسدي وحرمان من كل مقومات الحياة. هذا جزء من الجرائم اللي بتصير والإعلام مش قادر يوصل لها أو إنه يغطيها. يعني
هو ظل إعلام أصلاً، يعني مخلوا حدا
هم خلوا صحفي، يعني أول صحفي اللي
The targeting is specifically for, like, because they don't want the bad things that they're doing to go out to the people. They target like specifically the journalists. Many of the journalists were like.
تكلم عن المقاومة. طب إذا إحنا ما عندنا مقاومة وصار فينا هيك، كيف لو ما في مقاومة نهائي؟ أصلاً إحنا لما نشوف الأخبار بنفرح في اللي بيصير، فبزيد صمودنا صمود.
So what Isra said is, we have resistance and this is happening to us. What if we don't have resistance? What would have happened?
When show the news.
Exactly.
When show the news
proud of
give us resistance for still alive. الحمد لله.
الله ينصركم وإن شاء الله فلسطين إمنا.
أنا
إن
آسفة
شاء
يعني
الله.
والله إني ما ببعت لك وبطمن عليك، بس والله فعلا بشوفك من بعيد وبقول إنه أنت بالقلب والحمد لله يعني.
والله قلبي معاكم وبدعي لكم، ويا ريت ممكن أعمل إشي أكتر، بس خلاص.
يكفي اللي بتسووه إنكم بتطلعوا بتحكوا كلمة حق، ما بتخافوا من إشي، هذا كفاية.
الحمد لله.
أنا كنت أطلع عند مضليعة وأنت بتعرفي كنت أقعد عنده ساعات يعني.
وأنا كنت معاكي.
كمية الدفاع والوقوف معنا يعني هذه كافية إنه العالم صحيت، إنه هاي الحرب هاي حرب حصلت عدت وانتست. الناس في هاي الحرب وعيت صحيت للقضية الفلسطينية، شو اللي بصير في فلسطين. الانتهاكات بتصير من 48، من النكبة والنكسة وما بعد.
This is not a new thing.
Yes.
No, this isn't.
بس يا أخوي بلادي الحرب هاي غير إحنا كفلسطينيين حسينا قديش العالم وعي على اللي بصير في فلسطين. يعني كل حرب كانت تصير 20 يوم 40 يوم متعدي وتنتسى، خلص غزة تحت الحصار، غزة منكوبة، الله يكون في عونهم، هيك أغلب الناس تقول. بس هاي الحرب أول إشي طالت، ثانيا كشفت الجرائم اللي بتصير بحقنا، وثالثا غيرت آراء كثير من الناس اتجاه القضية الفلسطينية.
يا ريت بس لو تشاركينا بالإنجليزي إذا في مجال، عشان الناس أغلبها اللي بتسمع هون كلها بتحكي إنجليزي، أو إذا بتحبي تحكي بالعربي وأنا بترجم، بس بدك شوي عشان ألحق.
تمام. أنا بتكلم عن إنه اللي بيصير كل مرة في غزة، إنه الحرب بتكون قصيرة والعالم ما بيوعى شو اللي بيصير، حرب بتعدي وانتهت وبتنتسى. إنه الشعب الغزاوي تحت الحصار، أو الشعب الفلسطيني بشكل عام، وخلص تعاطفا وبتعدي الحرب وبتنتسى. ولكن الحرب هاي طالت وكشفت جرائم المحتل، وكشفت كثير أمور، ووعت الناس، وكثير ناس كانت مش واعية للقضية الفلسطينية وغيرت رأيها باتجاه المقاومة باتجاه القضية ككل.
تمام. So she said every time such such events happen to the people in Gaza, it's usually for a short period, but this time it took a lot of it's extended. Let's say we're at 9 months already, and at every time 30, maybe 40 days, and then the people of Gaza go back to being trapped again and under and being besieged. But this time it's different. The people, the international opinion, if I can say, have changed. People have changed their stances. People basically woke up because the crimes of the occupation, their crimes, is being documented. How amazing is this? W resistance.
W resistance.
Yes. W.
All comments W resistance.
W resistance in the comments. Yes.
I want to add something, Blady, to your words. There were in the past time there is no Palestine in the map, but now there is all of the world, all the people all over the world know where is Palestine.
That's right.
هم ليش دكتور بلادي ليش ما هم يطرحوا علينا أسئلة وإحنا نجاوب عليهم؟
أهون صح؟
أهون عشان يعرفوا إيش الأشياء الجديدة اللي نفسهم يعرفوها عنا، إحنا بنجاوبهم عليها.
السلام عليكم.
وعليكم السلام.
يعطيكم العافية جميعا، كيف حالكم إخواني؟
أهلا أبو المجد، شرفنا.
الحمد لله. دكتور بلادي كيف حالك؟ الإخوة الموجودين، المهندس، الجميع الحضور، حياكم الله. ياسين كيف حالكم؟ إن شاء الله بخير.
الحمد لله، نشكر الله.
الله يعطيك الصحة يا رب. وإحنا أول حاجة فرصة سعيدة إنه إحنا موجودين في بثك الرائع، إن شاء الله يعني يكون كل اللي بتقدمه في ميزان حسناتك إن شاء الله، ودعم إخوانك في غزة إن شاء الله.
أكيد فلسطيني لبعض يا أخوي.
طبعا أنا عارفك بنفسي، أنا أبو المجد. الله يحفظك يا رب، الله يبارك فيك، شرف كبير إن الله يبارك فيك دكتور. طبعا عارفك بنفسي، أنا أبو المجد من مدينة دير البلح. طبعا زي أي واحد من قطاع غزة تعرض بيتي للقصف، نزحنا. الحمد لله تعالى عندي 15 شهيد من عائلتي، الحمد لله، الله يرحمهم يتقبلهم شهداء بإذن الله تعالى. ما بعرف إذا حاب تترجم، مش عارف أنا.
أكيد. أعطيني بس ثاني.
Hey guys. تفضل كمل أنا بسمع. Thanks for bringing me up.
تمام.
أوكي. أنت كمل وأنا وأنت بتحب أنا بتابع.
أعيد من أول. أنا من قطاع غزة من مدينة دير البلح. طبعا مثل أي مواطن في قطاع غزة تعرضت للقصف لمنزلي، نزحت من منزلي، استشهد من عائلتي 15 فرد. إذا حابب أترجم عشان أكمل.
He is from Gaza, from Deir al-Balah. The same story as him, as of
اختفى الصوت، ما بعرف، لقيت رجع. أوكي تمام. أنا بحكي إنه أنا من قطاع غزة، مثل أي مواطن في قطاع غزة تعرض بيتنا للقصف، نزحت من مكاني، استشهد من عائلتي 15 شخص.
سبحان
طبعا
الله، حسبنا الله ونعم الوكيل.
I'm sorry, I don't know what happened. Sorry.
إن شاء الله ربنا يرحمهم، راحوا للي خلقهم اللي أحسن منا كلياتنا، إن شاء الله يكونوا شفعاء إنا بإذن الله تعالى.
إن شاء الله إن شاء الله، جنة الفردوس. عظم الله أجركم. Brother Abu Amjad said that his house was boomed and he lost 15 people in his family and now he's displaced. And yeah, I don't think I missed anything else, but Platty, you take over now.
تفضل. بتحب تزيد كمان إيش؟ أنا قطع عندي النت. I'm sorry guys, I don't know what happened.
مش مشكلة. طبعا أنا تقريبا بسبب المعاناة اللي احنا بنعيشها وبنشوفها، أنا يمكن أخ بلادي شافني موجود عند كاسي قبل فترة، أو في جزء كبير منكم كان موجود عند كاسي. بعمل مبادرات، بقدم مساعدة لأخواني في قطاع غزة، نوع من التخفيف لأخواننا في قطاع غزة. وحاليا بشتغل على مبادرة اللي هي تقريبا توزيع تقريبا ما يقارب 500 رغيف خبز للأخوان النازحين في الخيام. بالإضافة ناوي إن شاء الله أعمل أساهم في جزء من الغذاء لإخواننا برضو، من أجل الحصول على وجبة غذاء. وهذا إن شاء الله يعني كله في ميزان حسناتكم بإذن الله تعالى. الله يحفظكم يا رب.
إن شاء الله. So Abu al-Majd have been previously on other lives. I've seen him on Cases Live where there was a fundraiser. So basically he has an initiative right now to hand over than 500 pieces of bread for our displaced families in Gaza. The support will be
إن شاء الله. طبعا مش عارف إذا أنا حابب أحكي لكم عن معاناتنا في غزة، يمكن أنتوا زهقتوا من كتر ما سمعتوا منها، لكن المعاناة والله يا جماعة الخير إحنا لما بنحكي معاكم إحنا نوعا ما بنخفف عن الألم اللي جواتنا. بنعرف إن كنتوا سمعتوا كثير وبتعانوا يعني لما بتسمعوا منا، لكن همنا واحد ولازم تسمعونا بصراحة. يعني إحنا معاناتنا كبيرة جدا يا جماعة الخير. أولها بدي أبدألك أنا بجزئية المية عندنا مشكلة كبيرة والله، مشكلة عصيبة جدا، مش مية الشرب، المية العادمة، مية الاستخدام المنزلي. أمورها صعبة جدا توفيرها، بالإضافة للغاز، عدم توفر الغاز. يعني إحنا تقريبا الرئتين عنا خربن من كتر ما إحنا مولعين الخشب والحطب، فبجد المعاناة معاناة شديدة.
تمام. So he said, we know that you're sick of us keep talking about this, but when we share with you our struggles, it actually like it makes us feel better and easier. And you might have like got sick of this, and you might be also like feeling some type of a struggle from keeping hearing this, but sharing it does help us. And he talked about how the situation is like just awful. The infrastructure, there's no access to clean water. You keep hearing the same thing, which just proves that it's true. Like people are suffering from diseases and from lung problems because of how bad the water is. There's no clean water. The sewage is running underneath the people. Like I remember seeing a video from Bisan. I believe everybody knows who Bisan is. She's
Bisan, yes.
said how the sizes of the mosquitoes have dramatically changed, like drastically. Like they've tripled in size because of the amounts of diseases they carry. And Isra, I believe it was, or May, who said that hepatitis C is becoming like normal now in Gaza. Like, what else can we say?
All people in Gaza now suffer from hepatitis.
تمام. بالإضافة كمان يا أخويا دكتور بلادي، يعني أنا عندي والدي ووالدتي كبار في العمر، ربنا يحفظهم ويطول أعمارهم إن شاء الله. إحنا منعيلهم وبندور على علاج إلهم. العلاج بصراحة غير متوفر، وهاي لحالها مصيبة يعني، ولو لقيناه موجود لكن بنلاقيه بسعر عالي جدا. فأنت يعني لما تشوف حدا قاعد بتألم وأنت مش قادر توفر له العلاج، هاي لحالها مصيبة يا جماعة الخير.
لا حول الله.
فعليا يعني الناس اللي بتعاني من ضغط اللي هو blood pressure and الديبيتايتس اللي هو مرض السكري، حاليا إذا ما توفر لهم العلاج، إذا ما ماتوا من القصف حيموتوا من قلة الأدوية يعني.
أنا والدي معاه سكري وضغط، وأمي عندها روماتايد يعني بتاخد كيماوي عشان تتعالج. فالاثنين يعني معاناة شديدة، ومش عارف شو أحكي لكم بصراحة. يعني إحنا لما بنشوفهم بيتألموا وإحنا مش قادرين نوفر لهم علاج، أو على الأقل حتى يعني تجيب لهم طبيب يعالجهم. الطبيب بيجي ما في، يعني بيكتب الروشتة بيحكي لك أنا بعتذر، يعني ما في إشي موجود أقدر يعني أوفر لك إياه غير هذا العلاج، والعلاج مش متوفر.
تحياتي للجميع أول شيء.
أخونا بلادي مش عارف يترجم يعني عجز. I know what you feeling brother بلادي.
قلبي بوجعني شو بدي أحكي يا جماعة، أقسم بالله فيش شو أحكي.
Yes فيش حكي. no nothing to say.
الحمد لله.
احكي يا دكتور، خلي الناس تسمع، خلي الناس. يعني أنا بصراحة دايما بطلع ما بحكيش عن حالي، بحكي في نظام مبادرات كيف نساعد. بس أنا المرة هي يعني هيك قلت بدي أحكي أفضفض كل اللي جواتي، يعني أنتوا إخواني وراح تسمعوني إن شاء الله.
أكيد أكيد، وهذا مطرحك ومحلك، وشو بتحب تشاركنا أكيد إحنا بنسمعك.
Brother Blady, I'm sorry about what you feeling
الله
now.
يبارك فيك، الله يسعدك.
I'm sorry what you are feeling now. I'm sorry.
لو يروق لسه إسراء يروق، يعني أنت اللي عم تتأسفي لي ده مشان ربك، شو مالك؟
ما احنا جينا على البث
أنا اللي متأسف، يعني أنا اللي متأسف، لأنه أقسم بالله ما في بإيدي إشي أكثر أسويه. يعني هذا أقل إشي أنا اللي عم بسويه لأهالينا هناك. أنا فلسطيني من 48، بس يعني قديش إيدي مربطة، يعني بقدرش أوصف لكم، أقسم بالله مش عارف شو أسوي، يعني أكثر من هيك مش عارف شو أسوي.
نحكي ان شاء الله one day.
احكي انا قصتي.
احنا اسفين، احنا اسفين،
اللي اسفين، مزبوط،
احنا اسفين. الدنيا خلاكم دنيا ملششي، احنا اسفين.
احكي قصتي انا.
الله يحفظكم يا رب، الله يعطيكم
نعم.
الصحة ويبارك فيكم إن شاء الله.
حبيبي.
يعني هاي اللفتة اللي انتوا بتعملوها يا جماعة الخير، هاي نوع من أنواع الجهاد. يعني أنت قاعد بتجاهد بمالك، بتجاهد بلسانك، بتجاهد يعني أنت فتحتك لللايف وقعدتك لساعات تقريبا طويلة تتجاوز الساعتين أو أكثر، في إنه أنت تخدم أبناء شعبك، في إنه أنت تقدم شيء لأبناء شعبك. هاي لحالها يا جماعة الخير والله يعني ثمنها عند ربنا عالي جدا وكبير جدا. فما تستهينوا بالشغلات اللي انتوا بتقدموها، بالعكس هاي حاجة كبيرة عند ربنا وثوابها عظيم عند الله. ويعني احنا بنقدر غربتكم برا، وربنا يكون بعونكم. يعني ربنا سخركم إلنا عشان انتوا تقدموا الدعم، إلنا عشان احنا نقدر نساهم في أي شيء. يعني لإخواننا في قطاع غزة نقدر نقدم الدعم هذا اللي انتوا بتدعمونا إياه إلهم كمان. فإن شاء الله ربنا هذا كله يكتب لكم يا ربنا الأجر وفي ميزان حسناتكم بإذن الله تعالى. إحنا فخورين في الشخصيات اللي زيكم، مبسوطين بأنه في ناس أمثالكم، ونسأل الله أنه ربنا يكثر من أمثالكم، وإن شاء الله ربنا يحفظكم ويديم الصحة والعافية عليكم بإذن الله تعالى، وما يوريكم أي مكروه. لأنه بصراحة إحنا اللي بنعيشه في قطاع غزة جبال ما بتتحمله، لكن إحنا يعني الحمد لله بنقول لربنا خذ من دمائنا وأرواحنا ومالنا حتى ترضى. إحنا مش زعلانين، يعني في سبيل إنه بلادنا تتحرر، في سبيل إنه الأجيال القادمة تكون مبسوطة ورافعة راسها وفخورة. إحنا مش زعلانين، أهم شيء إنه إحنا نتجاوز هاي المحنة ونقدر من خلالها أبنائنا يعيشوا في سلام وأمان بإذن الله تعالى. بتشكركم جدا يا جماعة الخير.
بارك فيك أخوي، الله يرضى عنك.
تفضل يوسف.
الله يحفظك. الله يزيد فضلك أول شيء، وبارك الله فيكم وجزاكم الله الخير عنا وعن إخوانكم في غزة، كل خير إن شاء الله. وبارك الله بكل من ساهم وساعد وساند إخواني في غزة. أنا قصتي، أنا من غزة مصاب، انقطعت رجلي بهذا الحرب الحمد لله. أنا لي تقريبا 9 شهور مصاب، بس تاريخ 17/11/2023.
أنت وين موجود حاليا؟
أنا حاليا في العريش استنى علاج
في مصر.
مصر. بس لكن يعني الوضع صعب جدا، يعني كان داخل غزة وخارج غزة. يعني أنت في مصر لسه ما تعالجتش، الوضع صعب، محدش بيرد عليك، محدش بيقول لك وين أنت.
ما في حدا يعني ما في حدا بتوجه له في
على قيد الانتظار يا أخي. استنى دور أكثر من 500 واحد ولا 600 واحد قاعد عالق معي، ينتظر العلاج، ينتظر السفر، أو ينتظر الدخول إلى غزة أو إلى أي دولة كي يتعالج إلى مصر. في كتير
يعني إن ظليت ما بتسلم، وإن طلعت كمان ما بتسلم. طب شو الواحد يعمل؟
اسمع أخوي، ما في
نعم صحيح.
أي تغطية خارج للناس اللي طلعوا في مصر، ما في أي اهتمام ولا أي جهات توجهوا إلها.
So even the people who went out to Egypt are suffering.
Unfortunately, and no one asking about us. Or I met some problems there in في العريش يعني. I had problems and then I fight with them, the ministry and all people there, the Palestinian. And after that I told them, I don't want your medicine, I don't want anything from you. I will go and heal with myself. I don't need your help. So I went to Cairo to heal on يعني على حساب الشخصي يعني. بس للأسف يعني بعد هيك ورطت يعني. No one asking about us, what to do, where are you, if you need any help, if you need any money, if you need house, if you need any place to get any shelter, if you can't find any place for you, no one asking about us, unfortunately there. People outside is not better wallahi than the only thing is no bombing and that's it. But the same situation, how we are suffering, I spent all my day to think about how I will get my rent for my house and how I will get the needs for my 3 kids. And also I'm thinking about my husband there in the north of Gaza. What is he gonna do, and what about his situation? It's too hard wallah for us. Even the people, they went outside, they are sick or they are healing or injured or all the problems they are suffer, and no one is asking about them, unfortunately.
حد ترجم قصتي أنا؟
Oh wait شوي يوسف. the only thing يعني أكتر شغلة we all are tired. We people inside Gaza, outside Gaza, you as people who hear our complaining all the time, we all are tired now. It's been a long time, 10 months we are talking about our situation and what we are suffering and what we are facing, and our house it's been destroyed, and the same speech, the same words, and I know everyone is tired now. For that we are want to just shut up now. We don't know what to say more. There are no enough words actually to explain what we are suffering or what we are facing now.
So, yes, May.
I want to say something for you and all the supporters and gifters in your life. Allah give you more than you give us. Allah give you a chance to visit Palestine and pray in Al-Aqsa Mosque. We hope that, inshallah, and become guests in Palestine and host you in our houses. Thank you for you and for all the people here, all the supporters who stand with us. Really, you are the really men in this world. Thank you very much, my brother.
You're gonna make me cry.
أنا أبي حتى ترجم قصتي أنا بالإنجليزي. الله يبارك فيكم.
One day all Palestinian people
ممكن أترجم.
Come back to Palestine.
أنا ترجمتها على قدي. My name is Yusuf. From Palestine, Gaza is Yusuf in last leg is bombing Gaza. And Egypt بستنى في علاجي in the hospital. الحمد لله. أنا استشهد معي 7 أشخاص لحظة الاستعداد. تفضل أخو.
I'm gonna highlight Jory's comment. Yusuf is from Gaza. He had 300 of his family members martyred, and he.
أنا استشهد معي في لحظة الاستعداد في 7 أشخاص رحمهم الله.
With 7 people. Allah يرحمني يا Yusuf. If I may ask a question to our people in Gaza, what do you think we can do as a whole? Like, what do you think that? So if there's nobody that we can go to if there is nobody that we can talk to actually help us, so what can we do?
Well, I know nobody can do anything as fighting, but maybe some type of fighting stand and talking about the Palestinian people. I think still stand and talking about Palestinian people, that's enough for us. Because all people in Palestine know the people outside Palestine don't have any power or any permission from government to do anything.
That's true.
Bloody, bring your weapon and come to fight.
Yalla, yes,
That's the
sign me
only way.
in.
Wallah, that's the only way, bloody.
And just pray for Palestine. And say
Yeah.
one day all Palestinian people outside the Palestine, inshallah, will come back and pray in Al-Aqsa Mosque. And inshallah, victory for Palestine. Just Palestine. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Inshallah.
Inshallah. Inshallah.
Just named Palestine. Just named Palestine.
Inshallah. Pladdy, if anyone wants to come up and help translate, please replace me if need be. Habibi.
It's okay, Habibi. Listen, I'm sorry, Bobby. I'm just, I don't know. I hope I didn't.
No, you didn't. It's okay. I just don't like asking questions like that to people in Gaza. I don't want to put anyone in danger or in a predicament. That if you understand, but I get where you was coming from, and we all heard it. We all heard it. Everyone. It doesn't. It's irrelevant who it is. It's just resistance to free our people, and that's what it comes down to, and that's all that it's ever come down to. We've never really worried about who it is or what their name is. It's resistance. With or without resistance, Israel's going to do this to us anyway. 1948, we didn't have a resistance, and they done this to us, and they've been doing this to us every day for 76 years. We can say we had a few days off here and there. They will attack for 3 days, 4 days, and stop for a bit and come back and go. But it's been continuous for 9 months now, and the world has seen. It really has. Like, it's a heavy price, a heavy price we've paid. It's been a heavy price since day one, to be honest with you. This ain't nothing new, what we've experienced. But it's continuous this time round, and everyone, the whole 2 million people are affected. 50% children are affected. And the world's watching. The most documented genocide in the world is happening as we speak. It really is. And I'm sorry. احنا اسفين. We're sorry. So please. It hurts me to hear Palestinians in Gaza apologizing to us because we've got to listen to them. It's
Bobby, we are really sorry for complaining.
No, ليش هيك
I know, I
No,
understand.
احنا اسفين.
المفروض ان انتوا اللي تعتذروا، احنا اللي اسفين.
احنا اسفين. 100 سنة نسمع عليكم، 1000 سنة نسمع عليكم كل يوم. احنا اسفين. احنا مش معكم، احنا اسفين. فلسطينيين احنا مش عارفين نعمل اشي.
I understand.
احنا الاسفين.
انتوا برضه ما إلكم ذنب، انتم من الناس الفلسطينية اللي اهلكم
ما تتأسف يا أخي، ما تتأسف.
متهجروا، ما إلكم اي ذنب.
We tried our best والله. يعني I know every single person did its best to help us, to support us by speaking, by dua, by donation, by anything. They tried too much. 10 months each. Every single person is trying to help and support. I know that. Everyone's feeling the Palestinian people and the Gaza. I know everyone did its best and to support and dua and even to listen, to hear us, to talk with us. It's a moral support, you know that.
You're welcome anytime. Please don't apologize.
فقط ادعونا، فقط ادعونا وخلص يعني. يعني انتوا بصراحة اللي بتقدموه هذا اشي عظيم جدا، فانتوا يعني اكتفوا بالدعاء وان شاء الله ربنا يستجيب منكم بإذن الله تعالى. بدونه وما تتأسفوا، بالعكس انتوا بترفعوا الرأس، انتوا يعني حاجة كبيرة بالنسبة لنا، بغض النظر عن الناس التانيين اللي ما بيعملوا أي شيء. لا، انتوا عملتوا الإشي وشويات، انتوا بينتوا القضية الفلسطينية بشكل كبير، كان لكم دور كبير برا، فالله يحفظكم ويعطيكم الصحة إن شاء الله.
رب اللهم آمين. وما تقدموه تجدوه عند الله عز وجل يوم لا ينفع فيه مال ولا بنون إلا من أتى الله بقلب سليم. وهذه الأعمال المباركة وهذه الأعمال الطيبة عندما تساعدون إخوانكم في غزة وقطاع غزة من المصابين والجرحى وأهالي شهداء وأيتام وأهالي أسرى، فأنتم من تساعدونهم هذا لكم الأجر عند الله عز وجل. أسأل الله عز وجل أن ما تقدموه أن يجعل الله لكم شفاعة يوم القيامة، يوم لا ينفع فيه مال ولا بنون إلا من أتى الله بقلب سليم. وأسأل الله عز وجل أن يحفظكم ويبارك فيكم. أسأل الله عز وجل أن يبارك فيكم وأن يضع بكم البركة والرزق الحلال الطيب المبارك. وهنا في والله العظيم رغم الألم ورغم الجراح ورغم كل شيء نعاني فيه في قطاع غزة، والله سنبقى صامدون وسنبقى نحمد الله عز وجل، سنبقى نشكر الله عز وجل على ما أعطانا إياه وعلى ما أخذه منا، فنحن بشر عباد لله عز وجل، وهو الذي خلقنا فهو الذي سوانا. والله العظيم نحن أرواحنا ودماءنا وأجسادنا فداء لديننا وفداء لمصر حبيبنا المصطفى محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم. اللهم أعز الدين والإسلام، اللهم أرفع راية الإسلام والدين، وعز مجاهدين واحفظهم بحفظك وانصرهم يا رب العالمين نصرك الذي وعدته لنا بإذن الله عز وجل. والله يا أخوان أنتم ما بتقدموا لأخوانكم في غزة، بتساعدوهم ولو بالقليل ولو بالدعاء، هذا لكم بإذن الله الأجر، لكم الأجر العظيم اللي أنتم بتعملوه. ما في حد أي شفاء عربي يمكن المسلمين ما عملوه، أي حاكم عربي ما عملوا مع أخوه المسلم، أو أي دولة مسلمة ما عملتها مع أخوانهم المسلمين. والله العظيم بركتم في جهودكم المباركة الطيبة، أنتم من تصنعون الأمل لنا والبركة. الله يبارك فيكم ويرضى عنكم يا رب العالمين.
آمين يا رب.
Brother Bladi,
Yes.
I want to ask you a question, but
Of course.
لو أنت في جوا فلسطين وصارت الأحداث، تتمنى إنك تطلع لبرا ولا بتتمنى إنك تضل صامد؟
ده أكيد بتمنى إنه ظل،
لأنه في ناس كثير طفرت وبتقول يا رب نسافر، يا رب نطلع، يا رب نهاجر.
أنا صراحة
بدنا
يعني
نشوف رأي الناس اللي برا، هي بتتمنى إنها تكون عنا ولا؟
أنا بس بلشت الأحداث ما كنتش موجود لأني بدرس برا. بس يعني أنا حاليا لليوم من وقت ما بلشت لليوم بتمنى إني أكون موجود هناك، عشان على القليلة بس يعني أحاول إني أغير إشي من هالواقع الموجود هناك.
يعني أنت أهلك في فلسطين؟
إيه مزبوط.
طب الحمد لله، يعني إلك إشي جوا.
أنا خلقت هناك وتربيت هناك ويعني بعدني هناك.
الحمد لله الحمد لله. أنا بعرف والله الأخ مقليع أكتر شخص، يعني هو ومانولا وفي هشماني زوجها ومودادي، كنت دايما أطلع معهم. يعني
في حدا حكى بالكومنتات تقدر تغير وتساعد وانت برا اكثر من وانت جوا، وانا بوافق مع هاي
هاي أختنا سهى من شمال قطاع غزة ومتواجدة لازالت
سول إن شاء الله. سول Thank you for your feeling. Thank you for your opinion. Thank you, Soul. I wish to be here, sister.
Thank you. Is there someone in a request, Pladdy, with a black picture? There's someone from Gaza that wants to come up.
I have many people who wants to come up. Okay.
Yeah. And then they have been